Hey, hi everyone, and welcome to the Build with Claude workshop. I am Alok from Pact, and I'll be your host for today. We are really glad to have you here. Over the next few hours, you will explore how Claude's core tools fit together in one connected workflow, from shaping ideas and handling messy inputs to creating structured outputs, reusable setup, and practical builds you can continue working on after the session. A big thank you to all of you for showing up ready to learn, experiment, and build. Before we begin, a quick housekeeping notes for you all. The session is being recorded, and the replay will be available after the workshop. Any resources shared for today's session can be found in the resource section of the platform. You have, if you have experiencing any technical issues, please drop a message in the chat, and we'll do our best to help. And feel free to use chat for general discussion and use Q&A section specifically for questions you'd like us to address, and of course Mike to address. You can also upvote the questions you'd like most to answer. We'll be sending the session survey towards the end, so fill in with your responses, and that will help us shape up the future workshop. Also, quick note about the leaderboard, which we'll be running through the workshop. You will earn points by engaging in the chat, answering polls, asking questions, taking part in activities during the session, and at the end of workshop, we'll announce the top three participants on the leaderboard. Those winners will receive the first place will receive a free pass to upcoming Building Cloud Skills for Productivity workshop, which will be held on 28th June. Second place will receive 3 months of PAC plus subscription access. Third place will receive three books from the PAC's library. So if you needed one more reason to participate actively, there is it for you. To get us started, I would love for you to drop one quick note into the chat. What's the main reason you joined today? Maybe it's a better workflows, more reusable cloud setups, help with the complex tasks, stronger outputs, or just simply understanding how all of Cloud's core tools fit together. I'll be also sending some poll questions in between the workshop for you all to share the responses. Now I'm really pleased to introduce our instructor for today. Let me just pull mic on the screen.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody.
So we have Michael today with us. Michael Heise is a Vice President of Strategy and Innovation at CGI and a Technology and Innovation Executive specializing in AIML strategy, intelligent product development, and digital transformation. What makes him specially well placed to lead this workshop is that he combines executive level AI strategy with product thinking and hands on implementation. He's also a keynote speaker, published author, and workshop instructor with a strong reputation for helping professionals apply AI in ways that are practical, credible, and outcome focused. And that practical perspective exactly what today's session is built around. We are not here just to click through features. We are here to see how Claude code, skills, co-work, and design can work together across real complex work in a way you can actually apply afterward. Michael, I'll just quickly confirm your screen is being shared, and over to you now. Please introduce yourself and feel free to start the session. Thanks again, everyone, and enjoy the session. I'll move to the backstage now. Over to you, Mike.
Sounds good. Thank you, Alec. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining. My background has been in everything from nonprofit management to entrepreneurship, startups, corporate industry consulting for like the last 15 years. But one thing that has been consistent throughout of them is creating with technology. And I think Claude is currently, right now, the best tool to be able to create things with, technology, AI, applications, all of the above. And I appreciate you joining me today. What this is not going to be is a typical training class that you could find on YouTube. The benefit that you get from taking this class is that, yes, we're going to go over the functions of Claude, but there are going to be some nuances that we bake into this. hopefully I'm entertaining. If I can make you laugh at least twice in 4 hours, I consider that a win. The other thing is that I've done adoption for AI, across the US and some global pockets, and I work with Fortune 500 companies around the world, and I see how their employees are using AI. And unfortunately, I see a lot of AI being misused and mishandled, and we'll go over that and what that means. So not only are you going to learn the Claude stack, you're going to learn to use it as a cognitive enhancement for you. So it makes you a better employee, a better person, better hobbyist, whatever that is that you're using it for. That's two. And number three, there are just some tips and tricks that I've learned throughout my career that I have blended into my product development practices to make it stand out and to make it elite to where others are kind of like generic vanilla. You could tell that AI created something. So that's the value that I bring to you today. To kick it off, I'm just going to go over 2 checks really quick to make sure that you're set up for the only thing that you need. I know a lot of material was sent. You had a package with all these files in it. You don't have to worry about that much. So I'm just going to make sure that you have 2 things. One, you need the Claude app, PC, Mac, whatever it is. Well, I hope we're in a PC or a Mac. Can't answer any questions about Linux. If you're doing this on your iPad, I don't think that's going to work for you unless you could remote VN somewhere. So just make sure that you have the application. You have the application when it's chat, Cowork, and code. That's how you know that you are in the right place and you're prepared for today. It's going to be majority of where we spend our time. The other thing that you need to have is a GitHub account. So you could tell I put the most ridiculous AI generated picture of me on here. And here's my repo. So we are going to create a new repo in GitHub and launch on Pages. So you can share what you created today with your friends and family and anyone else who didn't ask for it. So I think that covers it. So just make sure that you're there. I'm gonna get started with the deck. So just some groundkeeping. So this is broken out into Claude, Cowork, design, and code. So it's going to be a half-hour introduction to this. That's the only lecturing I'm going to do today. No promises, but I'm going to try to keep that to the only slides that you see is in the first 20 minutes. And then we're going to do like the basics in chat, which is how to set up your Claude account. And again, some tips and tricks of making sure that you have everything turned on that you need to, and build in some skills that'll help us out tremendously as we go through today. Then I'll stop after chat. We'll do like 5-10 minutes, questions and a break if needed. The breaks are critical for me because that's what I'm gonna put these major prompts in and let the system get started. So we're not just spinning around on a blank screen and I'm trying to make a bunch of bad dad jokes to keep you entertained. Then we'll go into, Cowork, and we'll do that. And again, we'll take questions at the end. I'll run the next prompt for design. We'll take 5 minutes, water, bathroom, whatever you need to do. Then we'll jump into design, and then we'll jump into code. And then we're going to end with code, hopefully about 15 minutes, general questions, next steps, and how you could connect and what we'd like for a follow-up. So that's the plan. I'm looking at the chat. I see the questions come in. So throw them in there if you don't want to forget your questions. All right, let's build with Claude. Also, probably important too, I run the Anthropic relationship for CGI. So that means I'm aligned with our Anthropic account reps. I understand their timeline when they're releasing things. We get early access to things. We have a group that's getting our Claude certified architect. We're in the partner portal with Anthropic, so that means that we have a pipeline of work that we're going to start working on with them. And I'm actually starting to build a team of specialized and Anthropic consultants, and not just engineers. But when we look at the gamut of this, when we look at chat, Cowork, design, code, it doesn't matter what your skills are previously to this day. If you know Anthropic end to end, you could become one of those premium Anthropic architects. And I definitely think that that's where the direction's going. So I hope this class helps you become, one of those elite Anthropic consultants, hobbyists, whatever that is. So let's build with Claude. So here's my thesis, and I'm going to go into some details and facts about this. So the better AI gets at your job, the worse that you may get at this. What do I mean when I say that? It's that this is like the cognitive offloading trap. When the tool does the thinking for you, the muscle that used to do that thinking quietly atrophies. And we've seen it before. So GPS on our sense of direction. Who used to use maps to get around? And then when GPS does everything for you, right, you kind of lose that sense of direction a little bit because the GPS is doing everything. Autocomplete in our spelling. I also think just AI makes our spelling worse as well too, because I don't have to type correctly for Chat GPT or Claude or anything to understand me. And then calculators and mental math. So when the machines do that for us, it kind of takes away. And now you have AI that is taking away judgment, reasoning, writing, and that's high value work. So the better that AI gets at your job, the worse that you may get at it when people use it as a crutch. Now, I've seen, and this was heavily debated and discussed at South by Southwest this year, we see, there's a certain group of, employees and coworkers that we see that are using AI for cognitive replacement, and there's a certain group that's using it for cognitive enhancement. What I'm baking into this class today is like, I want you to be able to understand and use Claude, but I want you to use it as a cognitive enhancement, not a cognitive replacement. So that's where we're at today. So what's the difference between cognitive enhancement and cognitive replacement? There's about 5 articles that are in there that the research is based off of. But at a high level, let's just say my boss asked me for a report. Mike, I want you to do a report to me on Claude in 2027. What's it going to be? What's the competitive stance? All that. I say, all right, sure, Doug. And then I go into Claude, I hit deep research, and I say, yo, make Doug a report on what you're going to do in 2027, include all the details. Done. Give me a PDF. Take the PDF and I ship it right to Doug. That, to me, that is what cognitive replacement is. I probably didn't even read the article. I just took a command and passed it through to AI. That, to me, human in the loop. Now let's take the second scenario of cognitive enhancement. Same request comes in. Doug wants a report of Claude and its capabilities in 2027. So I think about that and I say, okay. And I go to Claude chat first to say, Claude, this is what my boss requested of me. How do I make the best damn report on Claude in 2027 possible? What are the tools that I need to know? What research is there? Help me build a plan to make this the best report. And what do I have to do? And then I have a back and forth conversation with Claude to get to my goal, to the best report ever. And then once I have that master plan to make the best report, I'm going to go in and I'm going to do those actions in conversation and say, I like this, I don't like this, let's switch this up, I don't agree with that. And I'm thoroughly interacting. And that outcome is probably a Word document that got me 80% of the way there. And I'm going to put my stamp on it for the other 20%. That to me is the cognitive enhancement. That's when we're using Claude, that is the culture and the style that I want to relay to you. That we're not using Claude to do things. We are using Claude as a partner that is going to make us cognitively enhanced and sharper so that we are delivering the best work possible. The research that I pulled, one of them is MIT, Your Brain on ChatGPT. And again, I'll give you a quick overview of why I picked these reports and what they're going to do today. So we always need an anchor project. When I'm teaching you to class, we need something to go and build along, right? Something that we could go through and we could build to show proof that this is working. So I wanted to get a little meta, and we're gonna build something called Centaur. The name has a double meaning, and that's the whole point. So Greek mythology, Roman mythology, half human, half horse. Not a replacement, but an enhancement to humans, right? It could be faster and stronger and things like that. So that's kind of the meaning of Centaur. So we're going to build, half human, half machine. We're going to build something faster and stronger. And where the research comes from is the first one that I read last Q4 of last year was MIT's Your Brain on ChatGPT. And they had a group using an LLM showed weaker brain connectivity and remembered less of what they actually wrote. So it's one of the first big papers to call it cognitive debt that kind of coined that term. And then, then it was like search engine users still had to understand the topic to understand, and LLM users just like remembered the prompt. So they showed the cognitive depth there. There was also 2 big articles or 2 big papers that came out in early 2026 that I heard about at South by Southwest this year. That was a really big theme that To me, it was as a futurist, you see like these are the signals that are about to become mainstream. So the signals I definitely seen in the beginning of 2026. So the same tool, AI tools from MIT, another paper can be complementary or substitutable for human effort. Substitutable use grades skill, and complementary use compounds it. So compounds the skill. So that's there. Microsoft even has reports on it. One of those is in there, but I just want to say like what we're doing today is grounded in research and it's grounded in facts. The misuse of AI will cause cognitive decline, and we're going to build a tool to help keep us sharp. We're going to do a skill, and that's the actual product that we're going to build. So again, what you get out of this class is not just understanding how to use Claude, but how to use AI for cognitive enhancement. So I'm going to show a couple examples of how do I use the entire Claude suite, which you're seeing today, to build things for myself and for work. I think these are just self projects. So I mentioned South by Southwest a couple times. So I was a presenter this year, so I got to go to the entire festival and did a workshop on creative disruption, artistic disruption for business innovation. While I was at Southwest, I had Notion on my phone. Every session that I went to, I record it. So I had transcripts of over 30 sessions. That's a lot of data. And now I had to give a recap. Work, I was able to expense this for work, so I need to give a recap. And a PowerPoint, pretty boring. Why not put an interactive website together? So I put all the transcripts into my computer on a file, and I use Cowork to bring everything together. Now, not only did it give an incredible overview and with my input as well, what I liked and I thought was great, took all the data that I put in and I put a signal strength and enterprise readiness. So like a futures forecasting of trends that I saw at South by Southwest, what's emerging, what to watch out for, etc. Wouldn't you be surprised? The cognitive offloading crisis came in at number one. And then I have the MIT and the Berkeley reports that I heard about there, and the professors that I met out there on top here. The other thing, which I think is a little bit known, during the workshop, I had two cameras going. I had a Canon DSLR on one side, and on my iPhone filming from the front into the audience. Now I put the video in here. I didn't even edit the video, but Claude Cowork went through my video and it took the frames that I thought were the best and it integrated them into the site. I did not even open the video files to edit. These are not pictures that I've taken. These are keyframes that Claude Cowork went into the video and put out there, which I thought was amazing, right? So anyone that has ever had to do film editing work or put it into Premiere to pull keyframes and put them in a folder and think of where they want, Claude Cowork did all of this for me, which I thought was amazing. So again, all this was built in Claude Cowork and Claude Code together. Design wasn't out by the time that this was done. Also launched in GitHub because I didn't want to pay Vercel or anything for URL. So free URL, done. Now, that was just for me. It's an interactive, pretty much overview South by Southwest. Who wants to make money with AI? think we all do. Money's great. So this is another site. This is actually a non-profit site that I built. We still need to fundraise. So I needed to build a site, but I needed to have financial interaction. So I needed to build a shop on Shopify. But I hate all their templates, right? They're the typical store templates. They're not on brand. We have something really cool. These are the workshops that we did at South by Southwest, and there are provocations that go in there. So we needed to have somewhere to buy these provocations. Well, I was able to use Claude Cowork and Code again to build this site, recap events, everything like that. But the difference here is that I'm using an MCP, which I'll teach you about today, to tap into Shopify's backend. So I'm actually building this within Shopify in their template by the MCP connection. So I'm not, I don't have to worry about the URL or any of the security and the financials. It is the safety of the Shopify platform, but the customization of Claude Code through the MCP. So, and able just to do recaps of events, things like that. Contact information, cart, the whole 9 yards. And finally, probably my favorite and most provocative one that I've been using lately is that I use Claude Code and 11 Labs and HeyGen to create a virtual twin of myself that can do things that I don't want to do. So now my typical office message is, all right, well, bro, we're in the master class. All right. I think you get the point. I'm not going to drown on with AI Mike, but things like this are only possible for me using Claude Code. My engineering background, by the way, is I've done some design, front end stuff, HTML, CSS, Java lightly, and more heavily on the SQL side in databases. So I was never full time coding. At best, I was taking concepts, doing some light front end builds, and at work, I'm able to kind of navigate some databases. So building something like this, which is multiple AI platforms in a way. Kudos to the partnership that we have with 11 Labs for making it possible and giving me all the credits that I need to test around with that. But having Claude Code as a partner is allows me to do things like that. All right, so that's the proof. Here's some examples of how this stuff works. We went over these. You have the deck if you want to check around, play with those sites, compare them, questions about them, let me know. So by hour 4, Centaur is live on the open internet. That's what we're doing today. And I hope that you each have a different version of it. I'm going to give guidelines. I'm going to say, hey, this is what you need to do. Here's where your variability comes into play. So like inject your own thoughts, thesis, things like that into it. And everyone will have something that they could share by the end of today. So chat is going to be the discovery phase. It's a bench, not a vending machine. This is kind of where we get our tools out. We put our plan together. Cowork is the define stage. This is where we synthesize all the data that we have and everything that we've come up with so far. And it's where we cut what we don't need and we prioritize what is going to go into the design phase. The design that we design. So this has only been around it launched April 27th. So we're barely over a month with this. This is super new. I am absolutely horrified to teach this in an event where it is changing every day. And we still don't know. It's under research preview quotes. So updates are flying in, things are changing, but you know what? We're gonna go through. I'm gonna show you some of the cool stuff that we've done so far with it. And then finally, we're gonna ship it. We're gonna connect directly to Claude Code. And then we're going to ship it. We're going to build it. We're going to have a URL. You're going to share it. And then we're going to talk about what we want to do with this newfound power that we've unlocked today. So this is pretty much just an opening to, I'm going to go into detail about what we're going to do in each. And I'm going to hurry this up. So, all right. So chat, most people use it like a vending machine. What do you want from it? They're just like, give me. When it's not a vending machine, you're not just pulling information. LLM is large language model. It is not a knowledge base, and I think that is really not well understood in the market. There are different types of AI models that are knowledge bases, but this is definitely not. So what does it do though? What's good in here? What do we want to turn on? Memory. We want to make sure that we have memory turned on because we don't have to re-explain ourselves and what we do and how we do and what our ethics are and all this other stuff every time. So we want memory turned on. We want preferences turned on, how we like it to act. I do not like long, verbose AI responses. I like very clean cut, concise, smart brevity. So I want to train my Claude. I want to set my preferences to be like that. And then styles. So what type of styles are in there? This is a little objective. I'll show you what I mean when we get in there. And then projects. So projects is the most exciting part. That this is what keeps everything together. Projects we're gonna work off of throughout the linear scope of this today. So that's chat. We're gonna do a half hour with that. Code. We're doing the directing. So we're not going on the CL interface and terminal. We are using code within the app. I use code within the app. I use code from my iPad. I'm not even using code from my phone with Dispatch. We are at an event. I believe at least one of you on the call was here a week ago, and that website that I showed you, something went down on the site, on the cart. So I was able to dispatch into my computer at home and make a code update on my phone while sitting in the audience of an event that I was currently throwing. And I made the update in 4 minutes. It's really wild, the possibilities that we have right now. So again, we are the director. We are giving Claude code, hey, I need you to fix this. I need you to do this, create this. And Claude is the one um, doing the coding. So again, but the agent is not the worker. We are the worker. We need to direct what needs to happen. We need to sign off on it. We need to know when to stop and when to upload to get. All right, Cowork. So it's Cowork on the cloud. So that's shared, browser bound, conversational. It lives on a server. You can connect to others. Or if you have a private project or something that's not ready for prime time, you could have a local. So file bound, outcome shape. It lives on your disk. You can do it on your computer. You could create an HTML file to share. There's two different ways to do this. And I'm working on the cloud. And that's what I'm going to teach today. There are many reasons for doing it on the local. I don't have a lot of good examples of that, so I'm not going to go into it. You could always look it up. I'm always based on cloud because either I'm working for clients or I'm working internally. I need to send people links that may not be on the same system as me. They need to access those links and they need to be able to go in and test product and give me feedback. So I always want something cloud that I'm sharing. Here's design. Here's the new one. This is absolutely fascinating. This is one of those things in AI that completely blew me away and I think took out the need for a bunch of other platforms. So if you're using Beautiful AI or Gamma or any of these PowerPoint deck builders, those have all disappeared. I need nothing else besides, and this is coming from a former designer. Like if you understand design specs and typography and things like that, I mean, you have to understand enough that you need it and what your brand looks like. We could complete an entire brand guidelines deck with this, template with this, and we could build decks, we could build PDFs, we could build websites, apps, we could do everything in design. We have a national ERP system and it is huge and it's like about 5% of our revenue from a global consulting company. So it's a huge product. And I was able to put the design guidelines in and have Claude Design make a clickable prototype of the app with all of its features at probably about 30 minutes. It's wild. The ability to design is one thing, right? But we still need to go through user experience and feedback and build it and make sure it works and all the other details. But just from a speed of design perspective to get it to the market and get testing, it's absolutely incredible. So again, just to reiterate, chat's our bench. That's where we're going to do our thinking and our fiddling and how do we use these tools to execute our vision. Then we're going to synthesize and Cowork. We're going to do the pre-work. We're going to do our research. We're going to go through it. We're going to challenge Claude. We're going to make sure that we're thinking about something incredible that's going to move markets. Then we're going to use design to shape the form. What does it look like? How does it operate? We should be, and we're not going to do this here, but we should be getting user testing before we even get into Claude code. Claude Design should have a clickable prototype for you in HTML or what other HTML file, anyone's browser, app-based, doesn't matter. A deck, PDF, whatever. This stuff should be user tested before it even gets into code. And then once we get there, we're going to ship it. We're going to build it. Here's something I added about 5 minutes before we started. Every model has a training cutoff. So 4.8 just released within the last week. Its training cutoff is 2025. What does that mean? So if I have a question about something that happened in December or these 2026 research reports from MIT and Berkeley that I'm telling you about, it's not in Claude's training base. It doesn't understand it. So if I ask for it to analyze or give me a report about something about this is where hallucinations happen because it doesn't have that knowledge. So I have to know where the cutoffs are, and I need to know, when I'm going to use the training data and when I need to understand that Claude doesn't know what I'm talking about. And I know that the cutoff date is 2025. So I need to say, hey, Claude, please run a search, pull up these reports and analyze them because I know it doesn't have it in its training data. Now, if I want to say, give me a complete dissertation of Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, which was written in, I don't know, the 5 BC, right? Which has been well known and documented, throughout. that is that's fine because I know the training data covers that. All right, we'll get to so questions are coming up in design. We didn't get there yet. So if I'm not pulling up design, if you need to know right now where it is, you'll go into your Claude. There's going to be code here. There's going to be a little design button beneath that. When you hit that design button, this pops up in the web. Design, we are not doing in the app. It is so new, it's not in the app yet. We're doing design on the web. Cool. We feel zen now. All right. Here are the foundational things we're going to start transitioning into in chat. There's two. There's projects and there's skills. So skills travel across all four. Projects less so, but still need it when we start in chat. A skill lives with you. You could build a skill in chat. You could use it in Cowork, code, design. Same skill, 4 services, no re-uploading, no re-explaining. So one of the things that we're going to do, and which is on there, is that we're going to go, we're going to learn how to use a couple skills today. So here's where we're going. Here's the progression. What runs underneath all 4 is skills. Now, to be honest, I don't use skills that much in design, and I rarely use it in code, but I do use skills a lot in chat and Cowork. And the reason that I use skills is going back to that preferences. And like, I like to do product development a certain way. So a skill is like boxing your preferences and your ways of working. So you don't have to tell Claude every time how you want to do a business case or how you want to do a PRD or how you want to do a design spec. You have all that already written in a skill, so you can execute that. The whole cognitive offloading thing too, I'm going to show you that a skill that I built that I'll put on before I start doing a chat. And if I am trying to cognitively offload to Claude, it will stop me and it will say, Mike, that was a pretty lazy request. I need you to think harder about this and send this back. So there are ways to utilize Claude skills to keep you on point and make you a better prompt engineer and AI expert. All right, so here's our agenda. I kind of voiced over this, but I'm just going to reiterate this. So we're about 5 minutes over, but we're going to start the chat for discovery. We're going to do our bench, then we're going to co-work design Claude to ship it. I think we're all aligned on this. I might stop and answer some questions and see as they're coming through. So why Centaur? So 1997, Gary Kasparov lost to Deep Blue. So Deep Blue was like a machine learning model to play chess. So a year later, he invented a new format, a human and computer playing together against another human and computer team. And the discovery wasn't what anyone expected, is that the result was an average human plus an average machine is such a good process. It beats both a grandmaster, which is a chess expert playing alone, and a supercomputer playing alone. So the human machine combination is going to beat a superhuman and a super machine. That's great. I hope you are really nice to your Claude because we're going to need it going forward. So that's the premise today. I think we're all aligned with that. So here's the hypothesis that we're going to build a product around, is that a tool that makes human cognitively sharper when they use AI. And the research is ambiguous. Careless AI use erodes the user's thinking over time. And Centaur is going to be the answer to that. We're going to create our own versions of what we think that is. So the workshop itself is a Centaur exercise. The method is the message. So we understand our problem. Our hypothesis is we're going to design a combination, not less AI, not more AI, but just a specific shape of how do humans and machines interact that keeps the human in the loop and helps us become cognitively smarter. In your version, you're going to share with all your friends how smart you are after taking this class. So when I say open the kit, you don't have to do anything yet. Just make sure that you have that stuff downloaded. When we get to Cowork, and maybe even in chat, we're going to pull a couple documents into Claude. So we're going to be pulling things from that folder. Just make sure that you have it accessible. All right, let's build. I'm going to take 1 second because I see some unanswered questions. And so if they're theoretical, like convincing a company to go use Claude and go all in, that's a separate class. I could go, that's a whole business case and planning and tokenization cost and partnerships with Anthropic to not charge them for the first 3 months. depending on the size of the company, is going to be the size of um, the negotiating terms that you have with Anthropic. It is a big investment, so it needs to be structured that you get a good return. When dump such a good number of files and has to generate the summary, how do we ensure that it has not invented its own content? How much time is to be spent to review the content? Um, that's a great question. So these reports that I'm showing you, like I've read the reports. That's why, like that human in the loop, I didn't ask you all to do it for this class because that's a big ask for the expectation. But I seen the MIT report. I put them on my iPad. I get the PDF, and I'm on a plane or I'm traveling or before I go to bed. Like I'm reading and understanding these reports. I'm never pulling research into Claude and having it mash things together without understanding it. You'll see a decent amount of books behind me. I created an AI strategy framework for CGI based on these books that I've read time over time, and I understand where Lafley and Martin are really good in strategy. I think they're good in aspirations. I think Peter Campo is really good in putting the strategic alternative matrix in a trade-off. And I think Rumley is good with like the kernel, the diagnosis, and the roadmap. So like I understand this in general, and I'm putting uh, PDFs of their books into Claude, and I'm telling my opinion where I like these things in these reports, and then I'm having Claude mash it together. Like that is how you become superhuman. You still need to read the books, you still need to understand the content. But when you want to get creative and you want to mash this information together and you want to do a juxtaposition, which puts you in your own kind of lane and you create something that is based on theory, but also based on your practices from your experiences, your work, your life. When you mash this stuff together, you understand it. So, how do we ensure that it has not invented its own content? You understand the content. And sometimes, Claude will give you an idea and you have to pressure test it. And that's some of the things that we're going to go over today. Find me a real world example where this happened or validate that. So, all right. Which Claude versions include design? We went over that. New to Claude Code, are there guardrails to prevent it from doing anything risky, like leaking credentials? We're going to go over that. Anthropic is regarded in the industry as the safest option. So leaking credentials like API keys and things like that, if you do it the right way, yes. If you put API credentials directly into Claude Code or sensitive information, it's going to tell you, stop, you shouldn't have entered that here. I should not have access to that. Go back in, delete that API key, create a new one, and put it in the environment variable in the cloud, which we'll go over in about 3 hours when we get to code. So yes, I would not be teaching Anthropic unless I was 100% comfortable with using it. Now, I did an open Claude class a month ago. The reason we're not teaching, and me and Alec debated about whether to go Claude or OpenClaw. The reason we're not teaching OpenClaw is because it's so much of a security risk that it does not make sense to use it anywhere outside of some personal agents to help you with menial tasks, like recreational tasks. So yes, Claude has the guardrails. Claude Opus 4.8, good to use. It's only been a week. The tokenization cost is really high. Great question, Anna. So is it good to use? Yeah, I mean, Opus is the best model on the market, but it's hard to use. Not hard to use. It's expensive to use. So today we're going to use Haiku, and I don't normally use Haiku, but because I don't want you, again, the spinning wheel syndrome during a workshop, it's quick. So we're going to use Haiku today. How about asking the model to enable web search as well when it does not know the information? Yeah, that's exactly right. Ask the model to search for the information. Where can we find the cutoff dates in general? Besides that slide, it's on Anthropic's website. How do you handle research that you need to be newer than the training cutoff? You use deep research and you have it pull from the internet. So deep research, or again, you're directing it. If you need newer research, you have to specifically say, I need you to search the internet, research publications, university website, whatever that is. You need to direct it to go find the information and not assume that it has it. How can I know that content created isn't infringing on another company's trademark copyright? I'm not a lawyer, so you could either ask Claude to be a lawyer and give you that response. You could invite or ask your legal counsel. I have that has been a debate since LLMs have been in existence, and I don't think anyone has a good answer to it. most of it's been sidestepped by Anthropic and OpenAI having contracts and paying out places like the New York Times, etc. Great question. Specific model. Let's use Haiku. Let's see how it goes. Sonnet is also good at fast too. We'll get into that. What about using Claude API to process faxed images that can contain high PII data? Um, Claude and Gemini, I think, and this might have been updated. I do work in healthcare, and they're the only two LLMs that have that are HIPAA compliant. So that can you use that? Yes, but that I don't have enough time to go into all the details to make that in compliance in this class. It is possible. I think that's a good Claude research tool. All right, so let us go through this, and I just need to switch context really quick. All right, we went over. All right, so let's go over settings here. So welcome to the interface. We're going to start off with settings. So instructions for Claude, like I talked about, these are my preferences. Make sure this is filled out to your preference. Not going to spend a lot of time on it, just making sure that you have filled this out. I like clarity and precision. Avoid typical AI language and predictable tropes. Like if you've been using LLMs long enough, you know things like it's not this, it's that, and M dashes. Can't stand either of those. And then that's mine. So here's where you check your usage too. I had to make sure that my usage is down before I teach a class, because what I would hate to be this at 98% when we get through half the class and I hit limits. Claude is stricter on this than anyone else, but with great power comes great responsibility. If you're going to use the best in the business, you need to be efficient when and how you use it. So that's when I talked about, and we'll go through today, understanding when to use Haiku, when you need a quick answer, and when you need deep intellectual thought research using Opus. And then you have higher limits on Sonnet than other models, and design is into this. And then your AI credits are in here too. Also, pro tip, you all are on the front end of Claude, and use your share credits. I'm trying to think about how to put this the right way. If you tell your friends that you got in on this and they're like, oh, I want to do it too, send them the link for them to sign up. You're going to get $100 in Claude API credits every time you invite someone else to the platform. Use it. I've been doing this as long as Uber came out. When Uber came out, I kept sending friends the Uber code. I don't think I paid for an Uber this for 6 months it was in existence. So if you have friends that are interested in it, send them your code. Capabilities. This is where all the fun stuff comes in. Search and reference trans, turn it on. Generate memory from chat history, turn it on. View and manage memory. Not going to go into this, but at one point, Claude got confused and it thought I was a construction worker, and it kept framing everything that I worked in large scale industrial design. And I was like, what the heck? And I came into the memory and I had to take that out of the memory and fix it. So if there's a memory issue, you could fix it here. You can import memory from other providers like ChatGPT, connector discovery. So turn that on. So that means if you're like, hey, I want you to go into my Gmail and summarize all my emails and do all this stuff. And it's like, wait a second, you need a connector for that. So if you turn this on, it'll say, hey, if you want me to do that, I can, but you need to turn on this MCP connection to Gmail. So this is basically just recommendations. Visuals, artifacts, AI-powered artifacts, and inline visualizations. Now, I don't work for Anthropic. I want to put it right there. It's my favorite tool, but it is in chat horrible at visualization. So I usually use Gemini for it. You could turn on artifacts and AI-powered artifacts, and we'll go in that in chat a little bit in Cowork just to show you that it does it. Now design possibly can do it better, but visuals, I'm still big on Gemini for that. Cloud, code execution, and file creation, turn all these on. I have domains on, and if there's any domain I don't want to use, I will put that in there. Connectors move to customize. Claude Code, we'll go over that when we get into code. Cowork, Claude, and Chrome. If we have time, we'll get to that. Here is your general desktop settings. We'll do this now so I don't have to come back to it. You want it running on startup. Keep computer awake. Here is the big one. So if I'm going out of town and I still need to work on something, and I will be honest, a lot of times I will get presentations started here and I will not finish them. But a presentation may be like those video files and a large amount of data and things that I'm not going to take on my iPad with me. If I keep my computer awake and Claude app on my computer, if I am 3,000 miles away, I could still tap into my home computer and have it pull from that data and upload PowerPoints and things like that. Browser use, this is complex. We'll get into it if we have time. You can have Cowork run things on your browser. So for example, so promoting this class, I gave Cowork access to my Facebook account. I put in the name and password and it went into Facebook and it was creating messages A through Z and sending people messages about it. I think I only made it to C and then I turned it off because it was burning a ton of credits. But I just want to say we're not going to go over that in the class, but how powerful this thing is, you could use Cowork to line into your accounts and send messages and have conversations on your behalf. And that's why there are special like let Claude take screenshots and control your keyboard and mouse and apps that you allow. Again, I'm not advocating for this. I'm saying it's possible. I've experimented with it. The jury is still out. All right, so we're in chat. You have new chat, projects, artifacts. Artifacts is what I was talking about. So for example, these are all deep research reports that I've done. New artifacts could be everything like an app and website that we're working on, templates. You could create a game. So I could put a game up here. Oh, I have Opus on. And we're not going to go into creating a game, but you see the point. You can do different artifacts. Here's customization and how we're going to start. So connectors. We're not using any of these in here, but you can see that the connectors that I have, the MCP system, Figma for design, GitHub you actually have to have on. So I hope you set that up. All of my Gmail and Google Workplace stuff, Notion, Shopify, Slack, Spotify. We'll go into more of the stuff in Cowork. Here are personal plugins, which just are basically a culmination of multiple different things. And then here are the skills. So here's the cognitive monitor that I talked about. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it in the chat. And I want you to click add skill, create skill, create with Claude. And then say create this, paste that into the chat. You have Haiku 4.5, and then run it. And then we're going to go super quick. And again, you each put your own flavor in there. How about you feel cognitively? What problem does this skill solve? I want to make sure that I am thinking clearly and not letting Claude think for me. I want to become cognitively enhanced. Who uses so I would. All right, so add skill, customize skill, add skill, even if the whole thing did not paste in the chat. It didn't. Okay. All right. So, all right. So we're on skills, and there's a plus sign here. Create skill, create with Claude. So, you don't even have to use the copy and paste. There's no file. I'm not using any file. We're not going to use anything. So right now we're just going to go create skill, create with Claude. Claude's going to put this on here. Let's create a skill together using your skill creator. First, ask me what the skill should do. So I want you to just type in here. You don't have to paste anything. I want to create a skill to make sure I am using AI the right way. That is as a cognitive. I can see my cognitive. It's going down. Cognitive enhancement rather than cognitive replacement. It should check my prompts to make sure I'm not offloading thinking to Claude and I am being challenged to do my best work. All right. So again, I tried to copy it, said don't copy it, just follow along. I didn't copy anything, just put it in there. And now it's going to ask me information about it. Should this skill activate on every prompt? It will activate when I trigger the skill. What counts as offloading thinking? Yes, I should be putting in the context and not letting you think for me. You should be pressure testing, and our relationship should be like an intellectual debate. On prompt. All right, so I still want you to answer, but let me know where I can improve. Higher bar on thinking depth. So now it's created a skill, cognitive enhancement check, or thinking partner audit. When you invoke it, the skill examines your prompt for signs of cognitive outsourcing and identifies questions, blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's try it. So I'm going to do backslash. Oh, didn't build it yet. It's fine.
Hey, Mike.
Yep.
Yeah, I think attendees have some questions about how to use the prompt to create the skills, and they're asking questions about it. So just little go over slow for this section particularly, so that they can follow along.
Yeah. All right, we'll do it again. So go to customize. Well, let me finish with the skill first. Save skill. Well, actually, I could. Let me see if I can drop it in the chat. let me upload that type of skill. So we'll go back, customize. So you hit customize, go in here, create new skills, and you have 4 ways to do skills. You could browse current skills. So if you see a setting button here, that means I've already done it. So these are skills that are created by Anthropic that I do not have to build. I could read about, and there's even a skill to create skills, which we're going to use to learn things like that. So that is one way to establish a preset skill. You could create a skill. Now you could create it with Claude. You could write the skill instructions, or you can upload a skill. Uh, I will add to the list. There's 2 skills that I created. I will put those files in here for after the class. So you could just upload a file of the skills that I've created. You could write skill instructions. So you could do the name, the descriptions, and the instructions. That is a little bit more advanced. You have to understand the nuances of skills. So the easiest way is to create a skill and then click create with Claude. And it's going to ask you to do this. And then you put your prompt in and whatever you want to do. I'm not going to go over creating a skill because we just did again, but that should be pretty clear for those that want to do one. So we'll let it run again, and I'll just show an example. So let's create a skill together. I'm going to move on to the next skill. I'm going to say create. I need a skill that acts as an applied futurist and strategic foresight expert. I have ideas for products, and I want to make sure that whatever I build is not outdated in 12 to 24 months. So I want to have horizon scans of at least 5 years. All right, so this is going to go into a lot of context, and we'll keep doing this, but just for the sake of time, I can't go through all these questions. I'm going to do the opposite of what I just said to do, and I'll say, you know what, you just act like me and fill in all of these questions and launch the skill, and we'll figure it out later. And again, not best practice. We're at 10 o'clock, so I'm making sure that we're moving this along because we got to switch over to projects. So these skills we'll use in our co-working phase. There's also documentation on best practices for creating skills. I could send this out afterwards or reach out to me. We could do a whole session just on creating and testing skills. But here is the crash course. And if you see over here, you can see what matters to me, what I have pinned in my chat, parenting, and fantasy baseball. So those are the priorities in my life. So any chat that you have, you can pin. We went over artifacts. We're going to jump into projects now. It's just doing the horizon scan. It's doing a test case to make sure that the skill works, which is great. I'm just going to say yes and go. And they'll create that. let's go and we are going to move over to projects. So projects here is the glue that holds everything together across these that we're going to go with. So you'll see all the projects that I have, from parenting and fantasy baseball, obviously the two most important things, to corporate finance, strategy. I have my own project on how to use Claude, my wife's business, the future stuff that I do, South by Southwest, tax return, trying to maximize that. So we're going to start a new project. And what we're going to call this project is Centaur Claude class. And what are we trying to achieve? We are building a product that will guide us to be sharper thinkers and expand our intellectual capability by using AI as a cognitive enhancement. All right, so short description. I'm going to try to actually spell it the right way in here because we could see it other places. And I'm going to create that project. All right, so memory, project memory, which you'll hear after a few chats. So we turn memory on, it will remember things, instructions, and files. So instructions are the most important part, and it's going to work along our profile instructions. So we're going to do a brief instruction for the project. So you are collecting all of the information here that we need to build a project. Are going to store everything from the product brief, the vision, and all of the research and documentation. We are doing this in class, so don't give long answers. Challenge me to think for myself, and we need to quickly. So let's make decisions that we can adjust later. All right, so this is all, I'm just kind of off the cuff. You can also use Claude to help you write the project instructions. Going back to that analogy that I gave earlier, Claude, how do I write the best project instructions ever created by humans to make this the best project ever? Give me the advice. Claude will tell you best practices. You go in and you can use that to make your best practices. And then we're going to add some files. So this is where the deck that I gave you comes into play. So I saved mine directly from my profile in Mac. So I'm going to go to the Claude folder. It is Claude class. And you should have gotten participant kit. So you're going to open that. You're going to go to research. And you are going to put the papers in. So the papers are in. We're going to add some more files. So we're going to go to the participant kit. We're going to add all these MD files and templates. Then we're going to add all the context files. These are things when I think about thinking kind of with Claude. This was, hours of work on my part. going through, finding the research, understanding the principles of cognitive enhancement. We're going to show you how to do that in Cowork, but we're just going to make it a little bit faster today to move along. Can he repeat the files he is uploading to the files for the project? Yes, I can repeat. So one more time, upload from device. You should have received a folder called participant kit. So open that. If you could just add all 4 of these folders if you want, but the critical things to me were download the 5 papers. That is a must. You have to do that. You can stop there. If you want to customize everything else, that's fine. If you want more context, please go into templates, add the skill template, Claude template, and send it to our brand seed. So we'll show you what we're adding. So this is some brand attribution stuff that I've put in there already. So kind of helping us get that brand together. But besides the research, context files, this is really the cognitive replacement findings and enhancement principles. So I'm hitting the plus file, upload from device. You could upload directly from your Google Drive. And if one of the papers is, I'm in Claude chat and do not see a file. Oh, yep, it's okay. One of the papers got rejected. So we'll fix it in Cowork. So we need this now. So I guess this is actually a perfect example of why we need Cowork, because there's no upload restrictions in Cowork, but we're going to get our project started. So for sake of time, upload whatever you can, go on to the next steps. Anything that it missed, we're going to go back in Cowork. We're going to upload the entire one. So I was expecting I would be able to put full chats in the messages for y'all to run. So let's see if this is going to work. No, it's not. You do not have to upload the prompts. That is for Cowork. All right, so here's a prompt in the chat. We'll get that started. So we're building Centaur, a personal app that makes people sharper by using AI, not more dependent on it. You could delete or leave as is, Jonathan. It doesn't matter. There's enough space in there. I think it's only 9% of project capacity. The only time you need to delete something if you're getting above like 90% and you need more space, you could delete things, but duplicate is okay for now. So put the prompt in, and what is the most, so this is the context, and you're going to say, we included research in the project files. Our role, most important, is the product manager or company executive. We want you to be direct and challenge us. All the artifacts we have are here. And this is where I want everyone to kind of customize your own spin on this. Read the papers that we have in this chat. Find similar research that will help us create the solution. So we are looking for scientific evidence to increase people's cognitive abilities with AI. Run that. Now, we're going to do in a class. Normally, this would be a deep research project, so I would not be using Haiku. I would be going here and clicking research. Really good deep research projects with Claude. The longest I've had take is 45 minutes. So again, not for this class, but another tool that you should be using for your research phase. So it's going to run through here, and I'm going to start getting us ready for our next prompt. I wanted to show here is that you can use chat to find other files. We just uploaded them manually, but you could use Claude to find other evidence and directly upload the context in there, whether it's MD file summaries or things like that. Your foundation is airtight on the cognitive science side, but you're missing the measurement definition. Okay, great. Staying direct longer, actually should be instrumenting, shows drift. Before you write a spec, write one page on what behavioral change you're measuring and why that specific change indicates cognitive enhancement. Not sharper thinking, that's too vague. Name the mechanism. Okay, I want to be able to have more decisive conversations with Claude, and I want the intellectual debate and being able to be more creative, more strategic, and have better products to market. So now it's pushing back at me. It's enhancement via AI partnership. Pick one fast. Ooh, can you jump? Okay. Yep, don't mind my misspellings. Make it a mix of both. The product can have more than one feature. Let's put everything on the if your PDFs are corrupted, please just run the chat and ask it to pull research. Take a yeah, I can I guess I will let's see, are they too long? I see. So I'm actually gonna ask Claude to do this. Give me the prompts that I gave you one sentence at a. All right, so I'm gonna rapid fire these in, and hopefully everyone can get caught up.
Hey, Mike. I think what's happening is the prompts are getting cut because of the character length is long. So is there any way you can just create a doc, online doc, and you can just paste those prompts so that people can access?
Oh, better idea. So let me
Yeah.
finish this. Then I need to write like 2 more prompts, and then I'll just have it create a PDF, and I'll put the PDF in there. Um, Actually, I think we're good to know. Share. All right. So for those that were following along, we're at the end of the phase where we're setting up the project. So I'm going to have it create the PDF. I'm going to drop it in. So I'm going to go to resources. I'm going to upload resource. So Centaur prompt brief is a PDF file that I just posted. So if you go to resources on the bottom right hand of your screen, that's on there now. And to make this easier, before I jump into the next section, I'm going to copy and paste what I was going to do. So I'm going to go back to projects. I'm going to go to Centaur Claude class, and I'm going to ask it to do 2 things. So the next 2 parts of the chat phase to set us up before we go to Cowork was a product brief. So our hypothesis and context. So before we get anywhere, we always start something with an idea. And right now we are in an era what I call death by 1,000 demos. Everyone has an idea. They have an idea. They're going right to Claude and they're building it, and they're taking it to everyone and saying, I've built the best thing since the internet was invented. Now, not the right way to do things. So we're going to take an idea and we're going to have a hypothesis, and then we're going to pressure test. We're going to battle test it in Cowork. But we need to get our idea down. And something else when we have an idea is, what are our success metrics? An idea is nothing unless it's measurable now, or we need to measure it. So how do we measure the success? So I'm going to right now, I'm just going to put in the next 2 things I was going to do in here, and I'm going to ask Claude to please. So I'm putting quotation marks around this to separate it. And I'm going to ask Claude to please make a guide on how to run these prompts for the audience, put it in PDF, and add anything I missed. A little bit of cognitive offloading there. It's for the audience to follow live in the workshop, which is running right now. Let's copy and paste the prompts. Full text prompt. And that should be it. Go. So same thing, it's going to create a file. I'm going to put it in the resources, grab that and open that, and you'll have the 2 We'll have the two prompts for this. And then during our break, just to get us caught up a little bit, for the future prompts for the Cowork, I will have it run a guide over our break. So when we come back for Cowork, that you have those PDFs ready to go that you could copy and paste. Questions now while this is running. All right, here's our Q&A. Non-deterministic. So Eric, your question, it usually says indexing. Is this a vector store? It depends. It changes. That is a more of an anthropic kind of functionality question. How long do we have to wait for it to finish indexing? It depends on the model. It depends on the server speed from Claude. If you're on a high traffic day with Claude, it could be faster than doing it at like 2 a.m. All right. How can we convince a company to use Claude and go all in? Separate class. When dumps such a good number of files as standard summary. Oh wait, these are all answered. It's better to copy and paste these PDF and files in the project or copy and paste it into the chat. So just copy the prompts. So in this grayed area that you see, just copy this from the PDF and put it in chat. You don't want the context. Where the PDF's going, just save them on your computer, open them on your computer. I'm pivoting here. My plan was to copy and paste my prompts into the chat. The chat has a character limit on it. So we are pivoting, and I'm going to send you PDFs for you to copy and paste from the PDFs. So the workshop guide I'm uploading now. You should have that. So in resources, open up the workshop guide. 3 dots, download. Open. Prompt 1. Copy it. Go back to your project. Paste the prompt. Using the Centaur project context, draft a 1-page product brief and markdown. Problem, target user and their jobs to be done, the hypothesis or their solution that we're thinking about in 2 to 3 sentences, why it matters, what's out of scope for view 1, which is a nice way of saying we're going to build an MVP, assumptions, and save it. Here's the critical part, save it as O1 product brief because we're going to need that for the next step. Draft the brief and audit my own thinking. Those are the commands that are critical in here. I think if there's one thing that you take away from the cognitive enhancement narrative that I'm trying to tell, the most 2 powerful prompt words you can ever use on Claude and any other is when it gives you a response, say critique this. When you say critique this, Claude goes back into its own thinking and double checks itself. Did I was I understanding the context in the right way? Did I research? Did I do all these things? Alec, do you have a question?
Hey Mike, have you uploaded the PDF in the resource section
I did.
where users can find it?
Yep. In the resource section, it says Centaur Workshop Guide.
No, I mean on the Google Drive link.
I did not put it on the Google Drive link. I uploaded it into the resource.
Okay. Yeah. So attendees, everyone, you can find it in the resource section of the platform.
So, Thank you, David. It's in the resources. I'm just gonna, while everyone's getting up to speed, I'm just gonna slow roll going over this. So not only did it create a project brief, but this is where the cognitive monitor audit comes in. It wrote the jobs to be done and guessed the profession and the emotional cue. You can see the drift. You can see Claude critiqued itself and said, these are the things that it did wrong. Here's where you should be thinking. And this is where I see, I'm giving direction and we are diverging based on our own thing. So I'm not going to give you a prompt to answer these questions. If, it's LLMs are non-deterministic, so you might get a variation of this back to you. Critique this, and then what's the other one? So for right now, critique this, like that's those are the two words that generally you could use to any response you get from an LLM to make it critique it. What we were doing with the skill and what we built into the project is that it's building into, it critiques itself when we're asking it to do things. So now it comes back and it has some questions for me. So someone who has the problem, does the drift problem feel real to them, or is it inference? So I've observed this for the sake of the class. Let's just move on, base it on the research. Unlike productivity, what's on the market, does this position definitely hold? We're going to get to that later. So we are going to do market analysis next. 4 weeks. Yeah, so we'll go 6 or 8 to 12 weeks. So I actually say we will use a behavioral inference engine from day one, update this and add it to the project files. So key here, however you answer this, those are your answers, but the key here is to add it to the project files because that's how it's going to carry over. It's asking me for the market analysis, which we're going to do next. So I'm going to copy the second prompt on the PDF. So this into our workshop going, prompt 2. It's going to say draft a success metrics framework. So do not worry about market analysis. Use this prompt to create our All right, when that is finished, we'll read the output. We'll make sure it's in project. We'll take 5, and then we will switch to Cowork. So here's the magic in this and how we set this up is that I can't stress this enough. It's not just outputting things. It is saying like, hey, here are questions only you can answer. I need to know from you. Does this ratio actually map to cognitive enhancement? Like, where is this coming from? Is 15 percentage points the right success threshold? Can you do these things? And I could, push back and I could say, find it in the research. What is the best? Find applicable use cases, and then finalize this and upload it to the project. If we had more time, we'd sit and we'd go through every question individually and we'd find the answer that we are comfortable with and we want to drive. So the question in the chat, I said, maybe I misspoke. I said there was 2 words that are the most powerful feedback, and the 2 words were critique this. So there was no other one at this point that I'm thinking of right now. But what I found the most powerful prompt that I use through anything is that I get a response from Claude. If I like it or not, I say critique this. Now, the second magical step of this, I will say critique this as. So when we think of product management, a lot of people think of Marty Kagan. He's written 3 books at it. He's a pretty popular product manager. So instead of saying critique this, if it's product management related, I'll say critique this as Marty Kagan, or critique this as trying to think who else is someone famous that doesn't critique this as Tom Hanks. I was like, who's very neutral. So you could say critique this generally works. In context, critique this as, or you could say, here is my critique. This is what I think where you went wrong. Understanding my context, now you critique this. That one, wishy-washy, depends on how much time that you have. But just for a general rule, critique this, the best feedback that you could give Claude. Second, in certain contextual areas, say critique this as an expert. All right, so all right, you have 3 locked documents in the project. So I'm gonna go back to projects, gonna go to the class. I'm gonna make sure that they put these in there. I don't see them. I'll go back to the chat. It says I have these. All right. Did you upload these 3 files to the project folder? And this was my mistake not getting specific. I told it to add to the project folder, but I did not specify which one. So, whoops. And of course, can't do a live demo without having a bug. So I'm just going to download these manually. So I'll click on one. I'll go up here to the drop down. I want to add to project. So having to do it manually, but at least we don't have to download and upload. And project status, drop down, add to project. So just to be clear, and I am not using Google Drive for any of this. Send your message getting authenticate to export to Google Drive. I do not want to run into those issues with this? Can it happen and we have to re-authenticate and things like this? Throughout today, we are staying in Claude's cloud environment. So download all to your machine and upload them. Can you add your project status document to resources? Yes. You can download all. Hand off. So project setup. Oh, unzip. All right, so I'll download these three and I'll put them into resources for everyone to upload. Oh, and they don't take MD files. All right, so I labeled them 1, 2, 3. If you were not able to get these and upload them to your project, they are there in the resources. When you sit down with Claude to solve a strategic problem right now, what is the moment where you feel the thinking slip? I think sometimes we fall into these cues of do this for me. So, hey, Claude's not a knowledge base. So, hey, Claude, I need a strategic document that does A, B, and C. Claude doesn't have the context of strategy. Like, I need to give the context of what strategy means and how it defines. So, I think like lazy thinking with Claude is, I saw another example the other day. Uh, I asked everyone to fill out a survey, and someone asked, "Can you give me the survey in an MD file?" And I said, "Well, why would you need the survey in an MD file?" Well, so Claude could fill it out for me. And then my head exploded, and I couldn't speak for about 5 minutes because the point of surveying humans is so the human fills out the survey, and someone wanted the survey in an MD file so Claude could fill it out for them. Anna, that's where the thinking slips when we just literally stop processing our own human brains and ask Claude to do everything for us. If I wanted Claude to fill out the survey, I would have just asked Claude myself. So that's where thinking is slipping. And these are the things that terrify the hell out of me. Uh, so with that, we're going to move over to Cowork. I'm going to take 5 minutes and get it set up. So if you want water, eco break, whatever that is, so this little bit over on the first end of this, I'm going to try to make up some time in Cowork, so we make sure that we have enough time for the design and the other phase. So, any questions? Let them go now. It's 10:42. About 5 minutes, so 10:47 Central. We'll get started again. All right. Welcome back. We're going to transition into Cowork. So I'm having another PDF with all the prompts for Cowork that we're going to go into. So it should be the middle tab in your app. And here's Cowork. So right now, what we're going to get to in a second, we can create or we can add a project. We could show a different folder. Here's the another part of the guardrails in here. So, Cowork can access files on your machine and it can make changes to your machine. I had it clean my entire MacBook Studio, organize a decade worth of files, categorize them, and then put it on an external HD drive. And it did what would probably been a month of file work in about 4 hours. So it can make changes on your computer. It can go on the web for you, like I said earlier. So there are different guardrails on here. So you could say ask before acting. So Claude's like, hey, I'm going to do this. You cool with it? And you say yes or no. Or it could act without asking. So I think this is more a comfort level thing. You're going to want to start with ask before acting. And then once you understand how well that you're prompting it and what Claude's doing, then you could graduate to act without asking for the most part. Right now I have it on Opus 4.7 high. So for this, we're going to go a little bit less. We're not going to go high Q. We're going to go sonnet. And effort is going to be low. So we go through this. The models that we talked about earlier, Haiku is the smallest model, so it's fast, but it doesn't really go into the deep thinking. Opus is the most expensive, and then your effort level is how much thoughtful responses. So, what is the could do it fast, it could do it cheap, and it could do it well, but it can't do all three. So Max may use excessive tokens a long time. It's going to thoroughly research something. If you're doing a report or a very important document where you need really well-founded, grounded research, that's one use case to do it. But if you're just trying to do some, tasks like we're doing, Sonnet's fine. On the left-hand side over here, you're going to see projects, which we're going to get to in a second, scheduled, live artifacts, dispatch, and customize. So scheduled is scheduled tasks. I'm not going to go into a lot in this task, but what we learned here today, you should be able to go into Cowork and you'll schedule something. So I have a scheduled task that during the weekday, I get a brief every morning. It reads my calendar. It shows what I have on my calendar. It shows unread emails that I have in the last 24 hours that I should respond to. Cool things that you could do by connecting them. Dispatch. I talked about how I did an OpenClaw class. I did part of the presentation on my computer, and then I did the rest using Dispatch. So this meant that I was on my phone working on a PowerPoint presentation that Claude was putting together. Weekly command center. So what do I have going on this week? Flying to Des Moines, Iowa. Very exotic location for a consultant. Northwestern class, where my hotel is going to be, what I need attention in my inbox. These are all things I could put together. Slack was on here at one point. Oh, Notion. So here are all the meetings and meeting notes that I have in Notion that I could get to. And I still need to connect Google Analytics on my thing. So that's live artifacts. So live artifacts are tools that you build into Cowork, customized to the tools that you use. Dispatch is how you use it connected to your cell phone or your iPad or whatever is not your main computer. And then you could schedule briefings and you could see what connectors that you have. And we went over the concept of connectors and skills and things like that already. So with skills, I'm going to go back to this again just to clear. So in the Google link that you have, I added 2 skills that you could add if necessary. We don't need the cognitive enhancement things here. You could also browse skills. There's one called Market Validator that was put together pretty easily. but I'm not even going to use this now for sake of time. We're just going to do an old-fashioned prompt to get our market validation. After the class, I will make sure that I send you a folder in there with all the skills that I've created, a guide to how to use skills. And if you have any questions about skills, please reach out to me after class. Same thing with your connectors. I have these based on the tools that I use, they are connected. So that is Claude Cowork. Now, this runs multiple agents at a time to be able to do things 6 to 10 times faster than you normally would. And you could see your schedule and your invite to get people to use this. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a new project, and I'm going to import a project from what we did in the last part. So the instructions are there, the project's there, and then here's the key part is at the project location. So what you need to do is go in, again, the files that we sent before class, you need to direct Claude to that folder, and it is going to work directly out of that folder. So participant kit. All right. Let's see. Just before I hit yes, I want to make sure that everyone's on here. Daniel, we could do that offline conversation. So in terms of best configuration for making enhancement to software development projects, if you're doing code like modernization and transformation, like if you're transforming Cobalt or some like legacy system, I recommend Opus for any large scale enterprise code transformation. If you're just doing regular development work, I recommend Sonnet. I do not recommend Haiku for coding projects at all. It's too light. So either Sonnet, the new version of Sonnet, I feel is really good for code. Actually, regular coding, legacy code, Opus. Are there any techniques, guardrails to follow in connecting the entire personal Gmail inbox? I don't have guardrails, but again, I'm a person like I don't really have anything to hide. If the public went through my Gmail, they'd be surprised on how much time I spend on fantasy baseball. So yeah, I don't. There's a typical MCP connection that you're going to have to log on through Gmail. It's going to connect to the MCP. So those questions, and I'm going to create this project now. Now, what would I like to work on this project? So at first, there you see no instructions, no scheduling. The first thing I'm going to ask is please review all of the information in this project. Oh, I just can't use low. Sorry, I'm going to switch to medium. Please review all the information in this project and let me know when you are ready to proceed. And I'm typing slow so you can all follow with me on this. All right, proceed on building 3 documents we will use to build the first iteration of the product. I think this is short enough to send in the chat, or at least get you part of the way there. Oops, wrong one. I put it in the Q&A. Oh, can I get away with longer stuff in the Q&A? Might have found a workaround. All right, so we have the project, and I'm going to say ask before acting, and we're going to let this run. I am adding our file for our Cowork part today. And it should be Centaur workflow prompts. It's uploading now. I'll let you know when it hits. All right, Centaur workflow prompts are now in there. What 3 documents do I want to build? Well, I did not specify that, so I'm going to open up my I want the features, spec, the technical architecture. All right, I'm going to slow down a little bit and actually remember how to type English. I want the feature spec, the technical architecture, and the handoff for Claude design. Look up best practices for that since it's a new feature from Anthropic. All right, while it's loading that, I'm going to get our love copying off of PDFs. And let me be clear, I don't need you to build those yet. That is the end goal. We need to do some work first with market validation. Here is the prompt. All right, so this prompt is going to say read every file in research. That is the folder with the documents where it has all of it. And then run market validation on the Centaur hypothesis and product brief. Using the research as evidence, cite the source file name for each evidence-based point, mark everything else assumption, write the result to market validation in this folder. And I'm going to add, give me a summary of the results. So here's another example of the cognitive enhancement. When people are sending you prompts, I'm reading the prompt. This is what was suggested from Claude to write. And I'm reading, okay, I agree with 80% of this, but I want a summary of the results. And I want to validate before you create the file and make it permanent. Let's see how fast Sonnet 4.6 is running. If we're feeling that it's running well, we'll keep it. If not, we will probably move to Haiku or speed it up. The workspace folder is empty. Well, it shouldn't be. All right, well, it found them. So another tip, I'm just going to go over, continuing to explain this as it's running. when you're running Cowork, those skills that you created, you could add them onto the process from going here. If you want to connect something, you could turn on or off the connectors in here. When we're doing, this is what we're building right now is more of a static website, but if we were building something with a database, we could connect directly to Supabase from Cowork and build those database tables if you want a real functioning project with customer information, things like that. Supabase is my preference because you can write prompt-based SQL databases to hold information, and it connects easily to Vercel, and then plugins as well for product management, like writing specs. You could go over Anthropic approved, brainstorming product ideas and things like that. All right, so market validation summary. Naming each AI handoff, direct, delegate, or defer, and surfacing the drift ratio will cause knowledge workers shift towards holding their own thinking. Jobs to be done. Who is the pain? Willingness to pay. Journaling apps are self-reported only, no behavioral inference. Rescue time style trackers, enterprise AI usage dashboards, tokens, not thinking quality, none classify handoff type or compute cognitive drift. Great, so there's a market for it. All pricing, no comparable products exist. So you're all going to be millionaires when you release this. Good luck competing against each other. The closest analogs priced at $8 to $20 a month. So we can imagine that you're going to have some subscription range into $8 and $20 a month. The gap is real and unoccupied. Now I'm actually double thinking, why did I actually bring this up for this class? I should have took this and ran with it. But you're welcome. There's no product today. So here are the counter arguments. Why wouldn't this work? Users won't self-classify accurately and behavioral inference won't fill the gap reliably. Measurement without intervention doesn't change behavior, but we're going to build that intervention. And the target user likes deferring and won't pay to stop. So this is the point is, if how do you understand, or will you even admit that you're not using AI the way it's supposed to be used, or for cognitive enhancement? And the people that will people understand it enough to pay for it? So all good things. So here's assumption and evidence. Single riskiest assumption in the test: users will change behavior from seeing the drift ratio. And I want to update this. So this is again where your cognitive background comes in. So part of the product is driving the behavior change. We want to not just identify it by having them prompt with our product to analyze them, but also we need to go into the research to find a scientific way to make them better at cognitive enhancement. So that's part of our market validation. And with that, get ready to copy and paste the next one. So one of the probably most popular articles that I've written is for Institute for the Future. And the title of the article is Why Product Managers Need Strategic Foresight. All too often, especially today, people have ideas. Like, I have a pain point right now. And yes, you could go vibe code a product in 4 hours. But for anyone who's ever built and launched a product, you know that the pain point is getting the marketing and the scalability and the launch and getting people to use it. Even if we create something today, to launch it and reach that usage threshold is going to be 3, 8, 12 months away to where we hit critical mass. And the world of 12 months from now is going to be completely different than today. Alak and I, we did a class in December, which is completely different than today. Everything has changed, right? Claude design wasn't there. Claude Code's only been around for a year. The point that I'm making here is that if we don't look 2, 3, 5 years into the future to see how things are changing, by the time that we invest all this time and money into the products that we're building, things are going to be different. So part of my secret sauce in building products is taking a futurist perspective. And what do futurists do? They don't predict the future, but they analyze it. They look at signals, they look at trends, they shape possible futures. A perfect example of this is there was a supply and logistics company in 2017 hired a futurist to come in, and they said, hey, for the 2020 decade, we want to develop multiple futures of things that could happen. There are optimistic futures, there are dystopian futures. The only futures that we know are not going to happen is that everything stays the same as they are today. So we create some different scenarios. One of the scenarios that they created that in the 2020 decade, there would be a global pandemic that shuts down supply. Well, guess what happened, right? Good old COVID-19. This company, though, reacted 40% faster than any of its peers because it already developed the scenario and it had solutions that it researched to respond faster. So it's not about predicting the future. It's about understanding that the future can go in many different directions. What are the similarities between all those different directions? And which one are you going to place your bets in and be prepared for? So that's my whole futurism spiel. And we're going to say, yes, write this, and let's move on to the next one when you are ready. So Future Scout is 3 to 5 year horizon using the validated job. So we need the market validation first to understand where the pain point and opportunities are. And then we're going to look into this futures scan. There's a lot. And again, strategic foresight and applied futures is something that we could have a whole class on. But my point here is that you're just thinking about it and you're using it to research. All right. It's writing that. So I'm just looking at our sheet. We're going to do futures. We're going to do the persona, job, riskiest, assumptions. I'm going to update this. I'll throw it in the chat. So I'm not going to say run let's update this. I'm going to say, I'm going to use act as a futurist, like Amy Webb. It's the most famous futurist that I know. Act as a futurist like Amy Webb and run scenario scan and applied futures framework. All right, I'll copy and paste this into the chat so we're on. You have a futures equivalent to Centaur. I'm kind of breaking that out now. Yeah, we could like building a futurist product. Yes, we can discuss offline. We have a couple things that we've built. All right, so we have our market validation. I'm not going to read through all of this. You can read through it later, but who has this job? What's the pain rating? Another spiel, like, is it a mosquito bite or a migraine? People are not going to pay any money if they have a mosquito bite. It's mildly annoying. But if they have a migraine, they are willing to open up that checkbook or send Bitcoin, whatever term that it is now, because that pain is so high. So there's that analysis. Let's run our future scan. And you can see too, so this is doing it automatically. I have these skills already in there. So what Claude Cowork does that is really great, that it's first checking to see if I already have skills built in. So I have a preference of the way that I like to work. Previously, I built a skill called Market Validator. So it is seeing that that skill lives there and it's using that skill. It is automatically bringing up the web search to find information that it doesn't have, and then it's showing the information that it's making, and you see a progress bar here of how it's acting. So it's going to go through that, and then the persona job to be done, and I'm going to say future persona. All right, so this is right in. I had understanding that things are going to take a while. If you have not, this is not part of the class, so bonus section. There are Claude plugins for all the Microsoft tools. So what we're not going to do in design today is going over building a PowerPoint deck, but this is my actually Chicago Future Salon, I think, one of the templates that I have that I like building with. And now it could spit this deck out. We could do this stuff in design, but you could also, if you're a heavy PowerPoint user, you can use Claude and do a prompt like, what did I add this morning? Wrote some of the speaker notes, but it was really, I needed what slide was it? So this was all, the entire slide was built in Claude Design except this one. So I wanted to add the context of when the model has the training cutoff. So I opened up my Claude in PowerPoint and I put one prompt in there. Let's see. Add a new slide in the same design that explains all the training data cutoffs for all the current Claude models and what that means for the user experience. Like if you're looking for something that happened in the last month, you have to have Claude check the web because it's not in the data. So I put that in broken English in Claude, and it was able to design this nice slide right off the bat because I have the Claude plug-in where you can get from tools, PowerPoint add-ins, and then you can add Claude. It's different for different computers, but you could Google or ask Claude to find the plugins for you. And PowerPoint, Excel, Word, these are amazing updates to these tools that we are forced to use. All right, future scan done. Scenario divergence becomes clear. I'm not going to go in and read all of this. Things like this, I geek out on things like this because I love creating different versions of the future and looking at the things that could happen. So first it does a STEEP scan. So STEEP means social, technology, economic, environment, and politics scan about how the world's going to change and how the world changing is going to affect our product idea. The biggest one in here that I know is EU regulatory acting and cognitive preservation is adjacent to this, but they have rules in Europe for like cognitive persuasion, and this could possibly fall in it, even though like we have good intention. So it is things to work on and look at. What the uncertainties are, platform behavior, enterprise versus individual buyer, and they even go into 26 to 30, and what does that outlook look like, and things like that, and the skill cliff, and so on and so forth. So we're adding future context. We're not going to go over all of this, but you have it. And then we're going to run the last one and then get us over to Claude Design. Should have ran that first and then went over this. So let's see what the speculative bets are, scenario-specific investments. So this only makes sense if a specific scenario arrives, make them small, reversible, and instrumented. So consumer subscription, prosumer pricing, $15 to $25 a month, signal to watch, individual inbound before enterprise. So that means individual people before going right to enterprise. Compliance dashboard. So CHRO. So thinking about is that who we're pitching this as if we go enterprise. Regulatory language mentioning cognitive involvement, domain specific versions. So like for investors, for PMs. So platform features, shipping, general use, retention dropping, open source, the DDD methodology. So what we're creating, all three different regions, how fast competitors reference or cite it. That would be interesting to look into. Why would we create this open source? For the good of mankind, I guess. Depends on how much of a hero that you want to be. Community layer, share, autonomize, aggregate drift data. That's interesting. So population level interest from researchers. We could help collect data and help the greater good with that too. So it's looking at our horizon map of 2026. Beta launch, category named publicly, scenario divergence becomes clear, scale or pivot based on which feature is arriving. So I would go back and kind of pressure test a lot of this stuff because I know the information and really get 5 distinct futures. What is the what's converging on all of them and where to place our biggest bets. I've also been researching this for a couple months, and I think that 2025 was the year that a lot of companies were trying the broad adoption of AI. 2026 is the year of we've adopted AI and we're spending too much money on it, or we spend a lot of money on adoption of AI and still no one's using it. And we thought we could do this by ourselves, and now we need help. So they're relying more on third parties for adoption. 2026, and then we're going to see 2027 the year of like, oh great, we hit our 80% adoption number. And out of the 80% using AI, only 10% of them are using AI well. How do we retrain our workforce to use AI? So there's some of the futures that I'm imagining. So we have all this great. Let's synthesize everything. So your last prompt, copy it, put it in here. It's going to build these files, and it's going to take a minute. So as it's building this, we're going to have some time. So let's set up our Git. Where did the internet go? Here it is. All right. So log on to GitHub and get to this page with your picture on it. All right, so sorry, I'm going back and looking at the questions. I'll go back to Cowork for a second. I think I misunderstood the philosophy behind Cowork, how it differs from staying in the chat. So Cowork right now is working off a folder on our machine. When other people earlier tried to upload that PDF to the project chat, it said it was too large. It couldn't handle that. Cowork can handle an infinitely large amount of data. So if you have 8 terabytes of data in your computer, Cowork can access all of that if you give it top level permissions. Cowork chat is running one agent at a time. So it's one-to-one, one chat, one response. Cowork has a list up here on the top right of progress of tasks that it has to go through. Cowork could have 6, 8, 10 agents running at the same time doing tasks on your computer. It's aggregate. Also, you can control Cowork from your phone. So I could send it a prompt from my phone over the server to my home network, and my computer is going to go and then it's going to access all of those files. It can handle an almost infinite amount of data. And it has things like live artifacts, scheduled tasks. So chat is chat, right? It's that one-to-one relationship. But I could build in Cowork a command to say every morning at 7 a.m., I want you to check my Gmail, check my Notion, check my calendar, and I want you to create a daily task list for me to do things. I can automate things with Cowork based on my Gmail, my software as a service stuff, files on my computer. I could say every day, email me a copy of my task list based on my Notion list of articles that I have to write. So it's looking at my draft folder in my computer. It's looking at my Notion list. It's comparing the two. It's creating a command, and then it can email me to say, hey, Mike, you've been sitting on this article for like 3 weeks for Forbes. Stop being lazy and just finish it. And I could literally command it to be aggressive, to be funny, to be whatever tone that I want it to be. So, Cowork is like your synthesizer, your working agent of agents. It's like the master agent, if that makes sense. Paste the latest 5 MD prompt in this chat. Sure. Let's see how much it actually. I got the whole thing. So, yep, got your question. Seems like Claude could allow us to build a product to suppress social media feed algorithm. I would love that. If you built that, I would buy it. Mike, can you paste us the synthesize prompt? It's, yeah, I'm going to have to do this in chunks. You paste the latest prompts or create. So I did create a file. So all these prompts that you're asking for, if you go into resources and you scroll down, it's called Centaur Workflow Prompts PDF. It is in the resources. So you could open that PDF. That's going to be much faster than me doing it. All right, we're all on the same page. Prompts are uploaded in resources. I'm going to go to this part. I could do this twice or 3 times, however times we need it. This is the most critical thing if you want to use code and you want to send out something that you built. So we're going to go into GitHub, click repositories. So just to get you, so if you click your name, it's going to start an overview. Then you're going to go over to repositories. It's going to see all the stuff that I built, what language that I built it in, and then I'm going to go over and go new. And it's going to be me as the owner, and the repository name, I'm going to call it just Centaur. And the description. I'm going to try not to use any profanities. I think I've made it through this workshop so far, only using one. So that's great. So we're going to say it's, or say the world's best cognitive enhancement tool for AI. Almost got away spelling an entire sentence correctly. Choose visibility. I'm going to make this public because I like to share. I'm going to add a README to this and no license. And I'm going to create this repository in my GitHub. This is incredibly important for how we're moving on. So please do this. I'm going to pause here for a second for any questions. I want to make sure that everyone has a repository created, because once that repository is created, we have to do a little known adjustment to our settings in GitHub, and then we will move on to design. I'm not seeing anything come in, so I'm going to go to settings now. Repositories created. I'm going to go to settings. In settings, on the left-hand side, you're going to see code and automation. I'm going to go to pages. I'm going to click pages. Now, this is where we're going to host our project pages. And right now it says deploy from a branch. We do not want that because that pigeonholes us into a certain branch. We want to collect GitHub Actions. So GitHub Actions allows Claude Code to build the page in GitHub and deploy it. So I'm going to leave this here for now. We might have to come back and configure the static HTML, but we will do that in the coding spot that we have. So again, I could do this in the transition to Claude Code, but since we had some downtime, all right, here we are. So it's 11:29. I'm going to, again, give us 5 minutes. I need to get some more water/caffeine, and we'll take 5 minutes. So 11:35. Any questions? Make sure that they're there. Make sure your GitHub's in. You got your specs in the file, and then we're going to connect this folder. Actually, we got to write one more prompt. Actually, before we take a break, let's transition to design first. We'll put a prompt in design because that's probably going to take about 5 minutes to load, and then we'll take it. All right, so we're going to have to leave this and go back to our web-based Claude design. So to get there, log into Claude. Under code, should have a design button. Hit that design button, and it should open Claude Design. Now, I have 3 different design systems, and I've already created the Centaur design system, and it takes a while. It takes over 15 minutes to build your own design system. So I would not worry about that now. That would be something separate to create a design system. But right now, you're going to click prototype, project name, and do Centaur. You can click none for design system or Centaur design system. I'm going to use, because I've already created this, high fidelity. And just for the hell of it, because I love complicating things, let me see if I could actually share this. Is it only teammates? All right, so I'm going to stop complicating this, and we're just going to go no design system. So we're all together on this. High fidelity and create. So I'm going to put these, I'm just going to do one by one. I'm not going to create a, so put the prompts in here. All right, so copy and paste those 4 sentences into here. Key is that we need to connect to everything that we've done so far. Oh, I'm doing it backwards. Oh, it's on Opus. Let's move that to Sonnet. You could do this backwards too, where you can attach the code to it. And then, sorry, I'm thinking about this backwards. We should go to class. Design direction.md. Sorry, that's the file that I was looking for. Got off track for a second. So the whole thing that we did last time was to get design direction for Claude code. So I'm going to open design direction. MD. And I'm going to send that. And that's going to work on that. And when we come back, I'm going to show you how to create a design document. We'll see how this looks, and we'll make some updates. So it's 11:35. I will see everyone at 11:40, and we'll go from there.
Hey, hi everyone. We will resume in about 5 minutes, and I hope you are finding the session useful so far. And thanks to everyone who have been so active in the chat and sharing questions and observations. Before we continue, I would encourage you to think about how what you have seen so far maps to your own work. If specific use case is already coming to mind, whether that's around analysis, writing code, workflow design, let's say if it's content creation, research, or execution, feel free to share that in the chat. And also, if a poll appears on the screen, please do take a moment to answer it. That helps us tailor the rest of the session and the workshop for the future workshop. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, so welcome back. Looking at our questions, so I just want to go over where we're at so far. So, Anand asked, so we upload design direction to the prompt. Not sure I followed properly. It's all good. We're doing this very quickly. And I probably should have preferenced this in the beginning, but this is a 4-hour like supercharged run. When I'm doing something like this, like for work, so even like the first iteration of something like this, which we're going through today in 4 hours, usually takes me about 20 hours. But what I can build today in 20 hours used to take me 6 to 9 months in the old times. So, if you're like, it takes me 20 hours, like that's some type of like, a laborious effort, that 20 hours of effort to get to an MVP is actually, phenomenal. So, I just want to keep reiterating that we're going through this super quick. I'm hoping that you're taking enough from this to understand the concepts and then use Claude and use your peers and continue to use it yourself and experiment with it and get bigger, enjoyment and use cases out of this. So again, Claude Design is new, been around for a month. So how did I get that file there? So reference another project. Now, I think there might be a bug here on Anthropic side, or this is referencing another design project. I thought I was hoping I could get it to reference another project, but eventually it'll be like that. So this is the whole reason, going back to my thinking, why we created that design direction file in Cowork is we take everything, right? We go wide to low. We take all the files that we have, we take everything and we consolidate it into one file to give Claude design direction. So we go in and we give the design direction. We could also give functional specifications too. So we already added design. I'll add functional specs just to go over, and then say, hey, make sure that you check this against that. Here's the thing with Claude Design, though. The design process is long, and there's a lot of human interaction that goes back and forth with design because who are we designing for? We're designing for humans. We have to test it with them. Design takes a long time, and I'm not going to go, we're going to make one adjustment, to the design, and that's probably going to be it. But this is the process that I will run a prompt on design, and I'm doing something else at the same time. And I'm looking over 5, 10, 15 minutes later, design will have something to update it. Then I'll pause, I'll go back to design, I'll go through, and I'll make a list of things, and I'll say, I need you to send this page, I need you to do this, I need you to do that. And I'll do large scale feedback to it, and I'll go back to what I'm doing. And then once the design is up on here, I'll show you then there's tweaks and there's very small things that you could change. And then again, I said at the end, if you have the power, you could export this into Canva, Figma, things like that. And then you could do the last 20% yourself. Or what I found out, as we're going to Claude Code, I can just pull it to Claude Code and then have Claude Code make design changes faster in the last 20% than design can. So this is really good for establishing your brand, the colors, the typography, the feel, the tone, everything that you want, it's here. And then large scale, like I want 3 screens, I want this functionality, things like that. And then really detailed specifications, you could either export to Figma or Canva or something like that, and you could design the final product by yourself and then put that into code, or you could put it into code and have code help you with the final design. So it took a decent amount to get through there. So it went and it read that, and it's now going to write the landing page, which is like the marketing page, then the product, which is the real interactive prototype that we wanted to get to, and then the Brad guideline. Since we didn't do that, it's going to do it for us. So while this is running, I'm going to see if I can give you an overview of design at the same time. So I'm going to go back here, go into design. Here we go. All right. So overview of Claude Design. You have 2 main functions for this, how it was built. Building prototypes, and you could either do wireframe or high fidelity. Right now, this is timing. If you want just a wireframe concept to sketch things out, you could do it. If you have the time, you could go right to building a high fidelity wireframe. You have design systems to choose from, which will come back in a minute. And that's your prototype. Then who doesn't love spending hours on PowerPoint decks? I mean, my favorite pastime as a consultant is working 20 hours on a deck that's due tomorrow and staying up all night to make sure not one thing is out of place so a senior partner won't try to cut my ear off. So now in 20 hours, we could do this in 20 minutes and we have a new slide deck. So project name, again, using the design system, and you can let it know if you want speaker notes or not. The deck that you saw this morning that we started with was built from here, and I think I did use the Futures design system. What else? So you could do animation, which I think is really cool. There's like timeline-based motion design on here. So there's like text streaming, so you could have text that appears in there. This is more like the kind of like the animation feature of PowerPoint. You could literally have words on fire, smoking winds, like the animation that you can now integrate not only in your website, but your PowerPoint decks. You could have interaction. Oh, that one's not working. You could build clickable like prototypes, insert video and animation into your decks, which is really cool. So all this functionality there, building an onboarding platform for your deck. There's so much that you could go through here. Also, it's hidden somewhere in here, but there is a design system and a deck that will teach you about how to use this. So we're going to go into design systems and we can create a design system. This is what takes a long time. So I'm just going to kind of show you how this works. And then hopefully after this class, you can go in. So first you want to prompt your design system. What's the company name, the product name? What are you trying to do? And then if you have an existing design system like we did at work, so at work, I put our corporate website here, our GitHub code, the links, and add fonts, logos, and assets. So I literally exported everything from our company site. I uploaded to this and I recreated our company site. For the Future Salon and Parallax and Centaur, I did none of that. I just said, here's what we're trying to do and here's how I'd like to do it. And it continued on to a generation. Now these generation take 5, 10, 15 minutes long. So that's not why we're going to do it. But I did pre-do one today to kind of show you what it came up with. So it will come up with buttons. You're going to have to upload your own fonts if you like them. But I said I wanted to be like, Centaur, like Marcus Aurelius style, Roman kind of theme, which is, interesting. So it'll have our app kit. So this is what the prototype looked like. The marketing site for it, all the brand assets. Here's your buttons, your colors. I mean, this is really extensive. So when I'm telling you that it takes sometimes 15 minutes to put it in, like it goes through in depth everything you could imagine for your brand it will create. That's why Anthropic continues to amaze me with the things that they put out, because this is a complete brand guide that's done in 10, 15 minutes. And you have the ability to go through and say, I approve this, or I want you to change this. And that's where the real time and hours come in. If you're doing something seriously, you could sit down and you could do asset by asset, go through and make sure that everything is in the way that you want it and is connected together. So there's so much to unpack here. But once you finalize your design system, you can use it for apps, PowerPoints, websites, whatever you want. And then in your design files, you have your UI kits, your app, what that looks like. You have it in HTML. This, you don't even need to go on Get with it. If you want a clickable prototype, I could open this and I could send this to someone and I could click through this. I could send to someone, a user, a mentor, whatever I want, to be able to click through this and let me know their feedback before I get into any code. And it all lives in your files. So this is the product. And then, so markup. So I could say winning market isn't my goal. It's being better. I don't usually like running two at once, but you could apply a comment. Claude could change these things. You could also edit in real time. So if you want to edit directly here, you could go in, you could change the font, the size, the color, the things manually, because you're going to burn a lot of credits every time that you're asking Claude to do something. So instead of burning those credits, you could go in and you can make these, instead of exporting to Figma or things like that, you can control some of the design here. Tweaks are close to the same thing as markup. You want a you're giving a general idea to the page, something that's not specific, to where markup will go in a certain line. User needs to be able to enter. Yep. So the tweak is specific. Sorry, the markup is specific to one area. The tweak is for the page. And then you could add comments like enhancing what. So what I love about this too is that at my company, when we turn on share and it's open to everyone that has Claude, you could send it, you could get comments, you could really crowdsource the design of something like this. So you can mark this up. There's your zoom. All right, hopefully I didn't break our other build. Nope, it's still chugging along. Let's see what it's working on. Go back to home on this one. All right, interesting. Here's the design it picked. It's a little bit more modern than my really old school one. An instrument for judgment. Classifies sessions, direct, delegate, or defer, and tracks whether your use of AI is enhancing or reasoning or replacing it. Classification system. This came from the papers. We didn't go over it that much, but if you were to ask me where the 3Ds came from, it came from the papers. So is your defer rate rising? So most tools measures how much you use AI. Centaur measures something different, whether AI is supplementing your reason or replacing it. After 4 weeks, the drift indicator shows whether your defer rate is rising, stable, or falling. That single direction is the signal. So that's interesting. So it's using deferring your thinking to AI as the benchmark. 3 stages, 1 verdict. All right, cool. The verdict, delegate. Oh, it's updating as I'm doing it. So I'm going through. Pretty slick design, right? For us giving it like minimal prompts, we're doing this, it's going in. All right, that's our landing page. I'm okay with that. Let's see what the product looks like. So this is asking me to, let's see, baseline complete, new session. A little bit confusing. So, all right, I'm going to have some feedback for that. Brand guide, that's our typography. That's the brand guide that we talked about building. All right, so feedback. The product needs to be more interactive. Please look at the functional specs that we developed. So here's a miss on my part, which we're understanding now. We should probably do this in phases. So I gave it the design document without handing it the functional document as well. So it knew what our design preference was, but it didn't know what functions needed to be added by the research. And it just inferred it off of the design and what we developed. So now I'm going to do an iteration and say the product needs to be more interactive. Please look at the functional specs attached. So this is going back to functional species. All right. specs that we developed. So we're going to add it. We're going to attach the file. We're going to go back to our folder that we created out of our participant kit. There should be a Centaur Claude class folder that was created. And there's a functional spec in there. So we want to drive that. So we're going to open that up. Ask me any questions that you have. Also, besides to critique that, I would say that is the second most important prompt for your prompt engineering specialization is ask me any questions that you may have. Don't make any assumptions. The functionality should be easy to use, and there should be a user guide to guide them through the process so they understand how to use it. All right, I could go off on a huge rant here, so I'm going to stop and I'm going to send that. So that's also probably going to take another 5 minutes to make those updates. So I'm going to check our questions. I'm assuming that Claude Design would not be available with GitHub plus Copilot licenses with Claude models. Yeah, that is a different setup. Now it's going to ask questions. This is good. I'm glad that it pulled out here. So Claude Design is only available when you are buying. It's not the Pro license, so it doesn't come with Claude. It will come with like regular Claude chat. So it does come with standard license. I think Cowork standard license to Claude's going to be that bigger license. I'll get back to Claude in a second. Where should the user guide live? An app walkthrough. Both. There we go. How should challenge gestures work in the AI output field? These are great design questions. This is another function that I love about this. Spec says that users can highlight specific AI output sections and mark them as challenged. The count is logged as behavioral signal. User selects text in the field and a challenge button appears. All right. Can users override the computed classification? Yes, log it. During the baseline mode, what does the dashboard show? Yeah, grayed out. I like that you're able to see it, but it's the whole unlocking part is a gamification tactic. What's in scope now? Local store. Let's, you know what? Let's throw everything. Full onboarding. All right. So again, it's going to ask you really detailed design questions. The whole cognitive enhancement thing, I don't know if you noticed, I tried not to click decide for me. Decide for me is cognitive offloading. If I was not teaching this class right now and I didn't understand some of the questions, which I didn't, I would have Claude chat up and I would copy and paste those and I would have a conversation with chat. Hey, what does this mean? What are the ramifications? What am I get out of doing this? What are my trade-off decisions? What do I get if I do it? What do I get if I not do it? Is there a good Claude course you can recommend to learn more about chat, Cowork, and code? Initially, yes, I've went through all the Anthropic courses. So it's on SkillJar. Because we're an Anthropic partner, there's a certain amount of people in our company that needed to go through Claude basics. Out of the basics, I think using Claude APIs, even if you're not a developer, it's easy enough to understand the code and it'll walk you through step by step and you could copy and paste some things. If you master Claude APIs, you will master prompting, you will master code, you will master everything else. It's very chat, Cowork, and Claude. Yes. So the Anthropic stuff for chat, Cowork, and Claude, everything, I think there's 85 classes altogether. And that will set you up well for the Anthropic Certified Architect certification. If your company is an Anthropic partner, you could get that, and that's more on the technical side. But I would go Anthropic first, and then honestly, I've done that and I figured it out myself. There's just so much garbage on the internet, and a lot of people are trying. They're It's not comprehensive. There's bits and pieces, so I will just say Anthropic for that. And then if Jonathan, if I find something else that is there, I will let you know. Sometimes my like design didn't have a class from Anthropic, so I had to go on YouTube and find classes, and it was a ton of work for me just to find it. And I didn't find really anyone on YouTube that showed me something in design that I didn't know. At what point does Claude Pro subscription require upgrade to leverage Centaur on a regular basis? Um, I'm not sure. I mean, that's a good question. I think that I used to hit usage limits all the time on Pro. I haven't. I think that I have a better understanding of when to use Haiku and Sonnet and not to have Opus do everything. So I think that your subscription is going to be fine if you understand how to toggle models to get what you want and then take breaks. So I actually like sometimes will schedule my work around Claude. I'm going to do a big Claude dump and I'm going to go do something else for 4 hours and my usage limits reset. I'm going to go back and I'm doing it. So there's some nuances in how to use Claude. I would say I'm scheduling less around it. But that's what I think about that. How can we ask AI to deviate from the classic AI generated design? It's somehow common to spot the sites made by Claude, colors, fonts, emojis. 100%. I don't think some of the things that we did in the beginning. So the chat, the Cowork, I didn't go through and dive into those design specs, but when we were in Cowork and we were designing those design specs, and I kind of put it in the project chat, but we need to be very specific more on the design and what our expectations are. So how we ask AI to deviate, we do it in the project settings, we do it in the prompts. We take the prompt and we say, hey, critique this. Is this classic AI slop, or is this a new innovative design based on what I'm trying to do here? So yes, please prompt your way out of the classic AI generated slop design. Yep. Top 3 courses. I will post a link. So over our next break, I will find those Anthropic courses and I will post those in the chat. Alec, could you remind me if I forget? Oh, well, you know what? We're still running. So all right, here's my hands down favorite course. And a lot of people think they're not a developer. So they're not a developer, so they're not going to be able to do this. And I think that I'm not going to say you're going to understand everything. I don't, but I understand enough to get through this. I think that is the most impactful Anthropic course that I've taken. MCP is a little bit advanced. If you're on the technical side, I would definitely take the introduction to MCP. So you could connect all types of things there. Agent skills is the right one. Yeah. So when we talked about skills earlier, I said I was going to follow up with this. Everything you need to know about skills. We kind of went over to introduction to Claude Cowork. If you want something more specific, you could go into that one. Jonathan's just challenging me. I'm trying to think if I had to only pick 3, which ones would I pick? Definitely the API one. Yeah, Claude Code in action. Yes, Claude Design can translate existing design artifacts to a new system. So let me go back. Still running. All right, it's still writing. So if you want to import your existing design system, you import it here, and then you can use Claude to change it. So import here, and then use the prompts to change it. What happens if you want to change elements in the system or change it to a new system? You put it in here, and you can change it. So if I hire a Figma designer, can I use it and connect it on my Claude design and build the rest, or should I use Claude code? If you were, let's see, I'm just going to pick this one. So here's my design system for Chicago Futures Salon. Here's all the files that I have. I just open the design system. If you want to drag in a Figma file, yeah, you could have someone that is very specific. This is also how you get AI slop out of it. So you hire someone and they design everything in Figma, and then you could drag in the Figma file here, and you can customize it however you like. You can, and I do this a lot for clients. So clients like, hey, I want you to add an AI agent to my website or do this or whatever. So I will go through and I'll screenshot their site, and I will have Claude Design recreate my client's site. So then that's like my foundation, and then I'll go in and I'll make all my enhancements. So the client's looking at it like it's their site that I updated in real time. So I do that with screenshots. Could also attach a code base. So we're doing this for clients that we're actually working for, not in the pre-sales, is that we can attach their code base, and then we could pull the code, understand the back end, what languages that we have to write in to integrate with their front end languages. Is it React? Is it whatever other language that it would be on the front end? And we could do that. So to answer your question, like, you have your design system already or you don't, but that's like the context here is where you pull that in. And you could also upload a Fig file. You could connect the code here. There's a ton of connections in code and in design, I mean. And then you could send to Canva as well, if whoever uses Canva anymore, if you want to finalize it there. Where do you go to export the generated website from GitHub and loaded it to your specific domain? I'm not sure that we're going to get to that in this class, if I understand that. So we'll go through the rest. So we're going to export the file out of here. We're going to bring it into code. Code's going to build it locally and then ship it to GitHub. And that lives on GitHub. And then from GitHub, we're going to load it to the GitHub Pages domain. If you have a specific domain that you want to load it to, then you're going to have Claude Code do that for you. All right. Well, design is still chugging along. So as it's doing that, let's go to Claude. Let's go to code. So we have 50 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we get to the most important part. So welcome to Claude Code. I think that, I started with Bolt, and then there's who just bought the other one? Cursor. Someone bought. I started with Bolt and then Figma Make, and I was using all these vibe coding tools, and I got some really cool stuff done and some functional things and some great use cases. The first use case I built was a policy tool for child support workers in California that pulled the most up-to-date policy documents so they could advise their clients better in child support cases that they were running. Now, they're not lawyers, but they were expected to know all this policy, and policy came from the federal, the state, the county level. So use these tools to do that. Claude Code is great because they could take someone who's historically been in a functional role and give you the power to make tools that can be great for all types of different people to use, and you could cure a lot of pain points with it. So I'm going to give a quick overview. So routines are something that will start like every day. So the whole briefing, you could do this like I did in Cowork, email triage, your workshop. You could connect into Jira. You can automate a QA system with your thing. Again, I think routines could be it's a whole task on itself. It exists here, but not going to go into it that much. Here, I'm going to pull my phone out so if you can see. So this is what I love. So I have the Claude app on my phone. So as I open the Claude app on my phone, there's 3 lines on the top left. I open that. There's a little thing that says dispatch. Looking for my desktop. It's online now. So I'm going to say hi to everyone in the class. And from my phone, I am operating my computer. And this, I think I was actually uploading files to Drive. So there you go. Dispatch works immediately. And now I can run dispatch from my phone with all the files on the computer. Customize. Guess what? Your skills are still here. Your plugins are still here. Your skills and apps and all that stuff is still here. Live artifacts, the command center. So things that you could build in Cowork, you could build in code as well, your scheduled tasks and your projects. So let's see how are we doing on design. All right. So kind of going back and forth, but design's done. Cognitive instrument, Centaur, an instrument for judgment. I'm going to begin. What kind of work do you do AI most? I wish I was an investor. Strategist. What's your look? So you're reasoning first. This is the forced reasoning gate. You must write your thinking before seeing what AI produce. There's no minimum length. I want to create a strategy framework for CGI using Compo and it should be end to end and get executives from ideation to execution and break the bottleneck. I'm just going to go along with this. Let's go back to so this is saying delegate to AI. What do you want to remember about this session? Interesting. Again, I'm not expecting that this is scientifically correct. I'm just exploring what our outputs are. I could see the history of things that I've done. Okay. Well, for now and for timing's sake, we're going to move on to the next session. Did some updates. our dashboard, our drift. Okay, I'd probably go back and I would restructure this if I could. I would make it more intuitive. I would have onboarding. I would have more activities to say, hey, we're going to teach you how to do that. I'm not going to throw it in there too. I'm going to do a really broad prompt. Hey, can you make this more of a teaching guide than an analysis? Analysis is great, but the teaching, wow, what happened there? Needs to be first. All right, I'm going to let that run while we are setting up our stuff in code. So we went routines, dispatch, we talked about customize. We're going to go to new session. So we're going to go to default cloud environment. We are not going to do local because we want to connect to the GitHub cloud. I have a whole explanation of local that I'm not going to go into. This is it if you're on your machine and you have something that you want to keep private. It could also have sensitive data, many reasons to go local. I just don't have a lot of use cases where I use that. You can also set up a remote control. So you could, if you're on a different computer in a different area, you could SST into this machine or SSH into the machine or remote control. I don't typically use those. I use the dispatch function for that if needed. You could add a cloud environment. So not going to go into this, but let's say that you are using something like the AI Magic Mic that I showed earlier when we talked about security. This is where you want to put your keys in. So I'm going to put in my 11 Labs key, my HeyGen key, my Claude API keys. I'm going to put all my environment. Oh, don't add secrets or credentials. I'm sorry. I'm going to put in the environment variables what I'm using. I'm not going to add the secrets or credentials here. I'm going to go where Claude directs me. I'm going to name all this. So I'm going to cancel that. It has test repo. So you should pick default cloud environment, test repo, main branch. Shouldn't add anything else. So accept edits, plan mode. Here are the modes here, just to get into it. So we have accept edits, which is it's going to ask you to accept what we're doing. There's going to be plan mode, which is going to say, here's all the things that I want to do. Here's my entire plan. You read through it and then you accept it or not. And then auto, it just acts as itself. Same thing with Cowork. I'm going to go accept edits for a while. And then once I'm comfortable enough with it, I'm probably just going to go into auto mode. We're at Opus 8 high. Let's not burn all of our credits down. So I'm going to go Sonnet 4.6. I'm not going to go low. I'm going to go medium Sonnet. And you need the prompt. Which we need to get from design. So actually, I'm just going to let this run because we got to move. So I'm just going to say decide for me for these. All right. So let's go up to share. So this will have some updates. If we have time for, we'll add the teaching updates. But just so we get through everything, go back to design, go up to share, and then go down to handoff to Claude code. This file is going to come up, and don't do that. Do download zip instead. Download the zip file. I'm just going to put it Nope, I need to put it in the folder. So I'm going to go to Claude Kit class, participant kit, and I'm going to save it in the folder that we've been working out of. And then I'm going to copy this command. And I'm going to go over here. And then I'm going to have to give you some more context. All right. Questions. Yeah, try that for Claude routines. If you can't do routines, I know there's another way to do that. I set up an automation agent, so you can get that. My options are just local and remote control. How did default crowd environment come up? Anna, did you? All right, so just local and remote control. Hmm. Trust workspace. I'm gonna give it access to that entire folder. So, all right, I'm going to zigzag. I don't usually do this on local. It might be some steps, but we'll see how to figure this out in real time since I see a couple people, some very familiar names here that don't have access to the cloud system. So let's do local and then we'll try to get to GitHub. So um, I got the folder above the zip folder. So it wouldn't go directly. You could also unzip the folder and run and find senator.zip on the system. So allow once, allow. This is always the most excruciatingly unavoidable variable part of the class is getting into the coding part. So honestly, I'm not sure. So I'm going to go back to Claude chat and I'll say, hey, I'm running a live class. Everyone is watching you. So give me the right response. We shifted in Claude code to using the local option connected to our folder. We need to get this to GitHub. How do we connect that bridge local? We have a document from the Claude design local machine, and we are using. All right, so I didn't unzip the file, so I'm going to go into where that file is on my machine. I'm going to unzip the file. So go to your GitHub page, go to code, copy this URL. All right, so it's building it now. I'm going to let it build, and then I'm going to ask it just directly to transfer it to GitHub and see where we are from here. And then if we have time, I'll show you the original direction I was going to go once you have a cloud environment set up and how you just connect it to your Git. Claude Code is giving a warning about approaching session limit. If anything, then I would go down from sonnet to haiku low, use the minimum amount that you can so far to get through here. Share from Claude Design has handoff to Claude Code, but how to send. So we're not directly sending it because that causes its own problems. I mean, you can after the fact and figure kind of figure it out and play with it. So you could send a Claude Code web, and I've done that before, but it makes it harder to connect to GitHub, which I guess this is hard anyway. So you could try doing it open in Claude Code web. You could send to a local coding agent, which we're doing, and we're downloading our zip file. So could since we're on the local branch, and some people don't have that option. So sending to Claude Code web, open it on the web. That's going to be your automatic option, but it makes it harder to initialize Git, and you don't have it on your machine. Send to a local coding agent. You can send this to Claude. This hasn't worked well for me. What's worked the best is to download the zip, press this like we're doing, and copy the command, and then go over to code. So it's writing that. Let me see. All right, so adding a learning page on here. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to export the HTML and we'll add to Claude if we have time. All right, so those are the next two prompts. I'm gonna get this set up. It's been building for 4.5 minutes. So I'm gonna say we need to push this to GitHub. I'm gonna do the first prompt that I sent you. All right, so it's working on something. Almost done. We're getting there. Claude requested permission to edit this. All right, I'm gonna allow it. So it's editing the files that are in our allow. It's gonna render to make sure that we have the clickable type. Now I'm gonna always allow. HTML issues are my favorite pastime. Let's see if it previews it correctly, or we have to upload the HTML. All right, so it's going back and forth. The React failed to load. So Claude, there we go. All right, nice. We got it. So this is just the product page. It's not the landing page or anything like that. We could add those later. I'm going to be an investor now. So my reasoning. So basically, this is like it's having me prompted first. Here we go. All right, so let's get this. Let's push this to get now. It's going through. It's verifying everything. All right, now our biggest challenge. Let's get it to GitHub. So for those of you, actually, now that I'm thinking about this, that had an issue with Git, did you go into did you go into customize? Basically you had to go into customize. You had to connect your Git to Claude code, and it might not have, I thought it was in the instructions. It might not have been. Have you connected your GitHub account to your Claude account is my first question. Well, therein lies the problem. Yes. So I will show you in a minute when this is done running. I'll show you in chat. So we'll go back to our chat, our settings, our connectors, which is now in customize, GitHub integration. So under connectors, browse connectors, type in GitHub. It's not there for me because it's already connected, but you should be able to do this on your settings. So it created a new repo for me. So how we went backwards in GitHub before and we created that, it just created a new one for me. So I'm going to go back to GitHub. I'm going to go to me and go to repositories, and you can see that I created this one, but it's created this for me. So I'm going to go settings, pages, and of course we can't do anything without getting a 404. Oh, GitHub Actions, still 404, which is okay. So I'm going to go back to Claude Code and say, hey, this is great. I saw the code on GitHub. I went to pages and switched it to GitHub Actions, but I'm still getting a 404 page. So it's going to add the workflow file to be able to get this. Again, we're on Sonnet, and it seems to be working pretty well. Always allow. So interesting, this URL is working, but not the main one. So let me pull it back. So ta-da, deployed. I can't believe we're 3 minutes off what I was expecting. So I figured we'd have 15 minutes for conversation at the end, or we can make some updates. But let me move this back here so I can see myself. So we have a deployed product on the World Wide Web in 3 hours and 45 minutes. Deferred, no challenges, history, the learning part is there. So throw in some questions in here. I will keep going. Just for the heck of it, I'd like to add the other HTML and kind of show how to add. So we had to go back. We're continuing to design this. So we had a whole learn section, and there's other updates here. So I'm going to download the HTML. Just read. Oh, that's what I could do from the project. Hey, in the project, there was also a landing page. Can you add that? All right, so we'll have it working on the landing page as I figure out the learning page HTML. And we're having some Claude design errors. All right, there we go. Again, with feedback. I'm just going to put this in the participant kit. And while it's working, you could add other commands. So when you are done with that, also add the HTML for learning page and push both of these to Git. Let me know when you are done and I can demo the entire thing. So add a little plus sign down here, add folder, Claude, class, participant. Oh, not a folder of files, it's a single HTML file. Boom. So we have our landing page, which is our marketing page. And again, we didn't debate the design at all. So I'm like, this is okay. I understand some of the AI, you could tell there was too much blank space. I would go a whole design review on here. I'm not going to get into. I'm going to go to start tracking. That gets us into our session page where we create the tool to give us feedback. And the learning page is being created right now. So let's close this. Let's go back to code. So we're building things. I want to upload data for a dashboard as an example. Do a best practice of taking reports that have sensitive data on them and hiding certain data before uploading it. Yeah, and that what I do is that in Claude beforehand, I will take that data set and I'll actually create dummy data from it. So I will say like, take this Excel file. Here are the fields that I want to use. Here are the fields that I want to randomize. So I want to randomize name. I want to randomize. I want to take out social security number. I want to scramble all the email addresses. So that's one best practice that I have. There is pretty substantial documentation on uh, digital triplets or digital twins of specifically for data. So there is information out there. I'd run a good Claude prompt on that to find best practices, but there are ways. And I think you just have to understand the nuance of what the data is, make sure it's in like the requirements, and you're checking your boxes before you do something like that. All right, so I'm gonna go to our app. All right, and we're tracking. It's still missing. So I'm gonna say the learning page is missing. Please add it. All right, there are no bad questions about this. This was a ton of information in under 4 hours. And a lot of these, like I said, we could branch off and we could deep dive into any of this stuff. So, what I'm hoping that you have the knowledge out of here to build these yourselves. For those of you who have reached the usage limits by the end of the class, I would say that maybe throttle down. I don't think there's any place that we used Opus. Maybe try to get through some of the things on Haiku. Um, I mean, that is one thing with Claude with the usage limits to be able to do all these things. I'm on the $100 a month plan on Claude, and I'm not sure what other options that there are, but that's what kind of gives me the flexibility to run some of these things and understanding what models to use. Questions, comments, concerns, feedback. Um, well, then I'll do a plug. So if you can, if you want to follow up, follow me on LinkedIn. If you would like to give a testimonial to the class, I would appreciate it. If you like the class, please post on LinkedIn. If you didn't like the class, please reach out to Alec and tell him how much that you hated it. If you want to give constructive criticism, I will take that as well. How we can make the next class better. I appreciate the support. I think there's a lot of value in here, and again, my mission. I want to make sure that um, we're all Claude, in this case, Claude experts, that we know everything about the Claude ecosystem. We could create beautiful products with it. We could create products that fit user needs, and then products that are going to be well functional into the future and do all this stuff with Claude. So and I want to do more of this. So if you enjoyed it, please post about your experience with the class. Please, like the products that you build. I'm very much looking forward to what you build with this. Please share it, send it to us, send it to me. Oh yeah, we have a how was your session thing. So we have a couple more minutes. If you could fill this out, that'd be great. And as you're doing that, I'm gonna do one more update and then I will send the URL out. All right, and this is what we created together. So there's the link. All right, so here's the page, how it works, the verdict, tracking, and then the learning page. Oh, another thing that I didn't talk about. There's also Claude plugin for Chrome. So if I launch this, and I guess I could use the prototype. So I'm gonna click up here. I added an extension so Claude has access to the site, and I know. Do a thorough review of this site. Click around and let me know your thoughts. Critique it from a UX and product perspective. So you can see Claude has a magic pointer. It glows. So now it is going to scroll around my site and it is going to click around and give me feedback. So I will end with this. I think I went over all of the tools, all four of Claude Main's product, Claude in Microsoft Suite, Claude in Chrome Web to do things for you. We'll go back to Q&A. Thank you, Vamsi. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I really appreciate it. I like sharing knowledge and hearing stories of the things that you're able to do with this. You know, there are pluses and minuses with Claude, like everything else. You know, usage limits are a pain in the behind and can be constricting sometimes. But it is really is a powerful tool, and used the right way, it will definitely help and enhance the work that you're able to accomplish. Um, Again, like things like this are just incredible if we think where we are from 6 months ago to now and how this is going to continue to evolve. The technology landscape is really changing how we interact in the world, and it's great to be on top of this and forward thinking. So thanks for being innovators. Thanks for being with us on a 4 hours on a Saturday. Is that Claude for Chrome extension? Yes, sir. All right, video made available, answered. A little bit off topic. If a company needs building an informational chatbot, which one would you recommend? Just FAQ and some institutional knowledge. Um, I mean, Haiku is cheap. You'll have to see the percent per minute. So if you wanted to talk to you in a pass through, like 11 Labs is good for that. So just a straight up like voice agent that I have for some clients, to where there's a document, and if you don't want to read it, and if you don't want to, if you want a voice chatbot, 11 Labs for sure. If you would just FAQ and some institutional knowledge, um, I'd compare prices. I mean, I might even build your stack to where it's multimodal. So you could put like Haiku on there, and if that fails, you go to Gemini, or let's say you start with Gemini Lite. I think for voice, I like Claude with a lot of things, but for voice, I use Gemini Flash 3.5, I think it is. So, but I have backup. So I'll start with Flash. If Flash fails or isn't loading correctly, then it'll go to GPT. And then if that fails, it'll go to Haiku. So I'll build and I'll be able to switch it. So Eric, to answer your which one would you recommend? I'd recommend more than one. Check out the pricing of the lowest models if it's just a chatbot like that, tied to a RAG model, and then make sure that you can swap them out based on user preference, feedback, outages, things like that. Yep. So Claude's debugging this as we speak. And I have a bunch of feedback from Claude. If I can wanted to continue doing this, I would. All right. So Eric, it seems like I got Eric's questions. Oh, I want to see some. Oh, cool. Oh, Chris, I definitely like your design more than mine. Look at that. Very cool. Nice. I also love people in the class that design this and take this and do it in a design that I like more. See the draft, teach it out loud. Ooh-wee. Nice job, Chris. All right. That let's chill out, Claude Web. All right. Well, y'all have my contact information. Um, if you need anything, follow up. If not, we're on time. I don't see any other questions. Alec, let me know when we want to sign off or next steps.
Let me just play drum roll for you, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. All right, everyone. As we wrap up, I want to take a moment to thank you all for your time. There has been tremendous engagement. I haven't seen this such kind of engagement in the previous court, but yeah, great to see that energy you brought to the session today. And I hope this workshop gave you a clearer and more useful way of how Claude's core tools fit together in practice and not just in isolated capabilities. Yeah, great to see that. I think that combination is what makes Claude more useful in real work, right? Not just one interesting in theory. Before we close, please take a moment to complete the workshop survey, session survey that I've put. Your feedback genuinely helps us to improve the future sessions. And quick notes before we finish. Replays will be available shortly after the session. The platform takes some time to create the recording on the platform, and you can access it using the same registration link that you have received. And if you can drop one key takeaway from the session, one thing you plan to try after today into the chat. it's always helpful for the group, and it's always great to be leave from the session with a concrete next step. One thing I would like to also inform about our another upcoming Claude session, that's building Claude skills for productivity. It's on June 20th. I have shared the link in the chat. You can use code PACK40 to get 40% off. And now, as you know, the leaderboard was running in the background throughout the workshop. I would like to announce our top three winners. Let me just check who are they. And I'm sharing the ranking in the feed. So first winner receives a free ticket for building cloud skills for productivity workshop, and that's Eric. Second winner receives 3 months access to Plaque a subscription library, and that's Marilyn. And third winner receives access to download any three books of their choice. That's David. So thanks everyone, making the session very exciting, very engaging. We will connect with you in the next week to share more of the assets that created in the workshop, and also reshare all the resources again. Don't forget to join the Discord server for networking. We'll be also sending the detailed survey next week, and I request everyone to share your responses. That shouldn't take more than 6 minutes to complete. And finally, a huge thank you to Mike for leading such a thoughtful and practical workshop. It's been tremendous to see your energy, all the fantastic work that you have shown. Mike, before we close, I would like perhaps you could leave attendees with the two or three quick suggestions on how to continue building on what they learned today and how to apply it to their own use cases.
Yeah, thank you. Thank everyone for joining. I think, the first part is practice. I think these are helpful, but really, taking the time to go through and think about your prompts and what you're getting and comparing to how much time that you put into it, the outputs that you're getting. I think we did a great way of going through this. I think that if we had the time, we could develop, you have the power to develop a product to get some of the pain points in there. Anthropic has a lot of resources. I shared those links. Go through the Anthropic classes, get certified. From what I'm seeing, in the market, it's, Anthropic's in the lead with a lot of things. Like Claude Code is considered the best tool for developers. And, we're seeing code modernization, the design aspects, no matter what field that you're in, like there's probably an Anthropic tool that's going to help you accelerate. And then keep doing classes like this. Get a cohort together. Get other people that are either your friends or your coworkers that are interested in learning stuff like this, and learn and critique together. That's the way to success in my book.
Yeah. Mike, I think I wanted to ask a couple of questions. It won't take much of your time because I was seeing a lot of questions around this topic, and I've seen people asking how to basically choose AI tools. There has been a lot of talks about, of course, Claude, as we have seen, a lot about ChatGPT. There is Hermes Agent as well, OpenClaw, Gemini. So, do you kind of have any suggestions which AI models you can choose, AI tools that you can choose, or how you can actually manage your workloads and spread it across the different tools? Do you kind of see how these different AI tools can be used for different purposes?
Yeah. So you mentioned OpenClaw. We'll start with that first. So I have a Mac Mini on that side of the room that has none of my personal information on it, and it's connected to Telegram, and it's for my wife's business. And it runs. She's a dietitian who runs her own nutrition practice. So OpenClaw I use for understanding, like building like a research for her. She partners with like doctors and OBGYNs, so it keeps an updated list of that, people to reach out to. It's basically like a research and marketing agent ecosystem that I run for my wife. So that's personal, no sensitive information. My next step with that is to be able to take her likeness using HeyGen and 11 Labs and build some like TikTok and marketing content for it. But those are through partners. If I'm doing anything visual, so like video clips, images, Gemini. That's the only thing I use Gemini for, and then Notebook LM. So, for example, I had to drive to Madison yesterday, which is about 2.5 hours from where I'm at. I had a bunch of stuff to do for work that I didn't read. So I turned it into PDFs, put it in a notebook LM, and it created a podcast for me, 2 podcasts an hour each. By the time I got to the office, I was up to speed as I needed to be. So Gemini is great for stuff like that. Honestly, I don't use OpenAI anymore. I don't. I use it for the APIs for OpenClaw because it blends with OpenClaw better, but that's it. I don't use X for multiple reasons. And then all of my client facing work and my main job and for the future salon and stuff I do, I use Claude, but like I said, I use it sparingly. I've used the models from what I need to because I want the best results. Now, that could change. That could fluctuate. Right now, to me, I get the best outputs for the stack that we went over today, and I will probably continue to use Claude for work. Gemini for creative stuff, OpenClaw with OpenAI for contained personal work, and that's pretty much my stack. And then 11 Labs for voice. I've been looking at different video stuff like Runway right now. I'm using right now. I still don't have like a video generator that I'm in love with. I keep switching and testing different models.
Yeah, great insights, Mike. And how do you have any tips or tricks for optimizing token usage or rate limits? I think lots of folks have that question. How do I optimize my token usage? How do I optimize my API limits?
Yeah, if we're doing this over again and thinking about it, I would have started on, if we had more time to test, and I think you all need to test this, start with Haiku Low. So use the lowest model with the lowest, training on it and see how far you get with that. And I would do the comparison. If Haiku can get you what you need, that's fine. If you have to ask Haiku to get what you need 6 times, that's probably using more tokens than using Opus to get what you need once or Sonnet what you need to get twice. Right. So then there's that push and pull. And then the more you use Claude, the more you'll understand where, hey, this is a haiku problem. This is 1 token. But if you keep trying to jam something in haiku that's not, you're going to run haiku a bunch of times and it can be 10 or 15 tokens to where knowing like this is an Opus problem, I'm going to run Opus once and I'm going to get a response, what I know. I was quicker in some of my prompts today because we're live and we're going through. But what I've noticed too is like that's where that intelligent prompting comes in. So if you sit down and you spend the time for one really detailed prompt with the context and information that you need, you're running that prompt once instead of like having to go back and forth with Claude, which can run up your token costs.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. I think we don't have any more questions. Thank you again, everyone, for being part of today's workshop. Have a great rest of your day. Keep experimenting, and we hope to see you in the future pack session soon. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. All right, I'm going to drop. We good? That won't